Know that this meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. Tonight, our agenda features a number of important matters. Here are some highlights. We will begin our meetings with 3 opportunities for public input. We will start with 2 public hearings, one to install a utility pole and another to consider an administrative order to create a new department, the Climate Action and Project Administration. These hearings welcome public input, and the hearings will be followed by our usual opportunity for public comment. Later in the meeting, we will be considering an order for special legislation to add 7 additional liquor licenses in Northampton, and we will also have a discussion about City Council holding hybrid meetings in March. Lastly, today is the 16th day of Black History Month, and tonight before City Council, we are considering a resolution to create a commission to investigate racialized harms perpetrated against Black residents and workers in Northampton. We have important news to share and matters to discuss. I now call the City Council to order. Laura, can you please call the roll?
Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Here, and can you make me a co-host?
Sure. Councillor Gore.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Yes, here.
Councillor Perry.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Excellent. Okay. The next thing up on our agenda is the 2 public hearings that I referenced. First, we have a public hearing on item 22.200 National Grid Verizon poll petition for Barrett Street. Per Mass General Law, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, February 16th at 7 p.m. on National Grid's petition to install 1 jointly owned riser pole and anchor on Barrett Street, approximately 57 feet west of the existing pole number 12. The City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. Okay, and is Lisa Jasinski here? Can we find somebody from National Grid?
And Lisa, I was told that somebody else might be present to speak to the petition.
Okay, and if they could raise their hand, that would be helpful.
See, Lisa, I'm looking for her. I saw her.
And if it's another person, turn your video on and wave your hands.
I found her and I'm asking her to unmute. There we go.
Oh, excellent.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know what I'm having trouble with my iPad, so I'm on my iPhone. So I couldn't turn the camera on either. I think I'll leave it Wes well enough alone. Is there a gentleman by the name of Doug Highland? Can you see if he is here? Because this is actually his job and he should be on this call as well.
There he is. Oh,
Yep, I'm here. I couldn't find the raise my hand, so I was waving my hands in the video.
Council President, can we ask folks if they're not speaking to turn the video off for the time being? I cannot find anybody.
That is a good idea. And if people could do that, it helps managing the meeting, and will allow you to turn your video on during your time to speak. Okay, so Lisa, and the other gentleman's name is?
Doug Highland.
Hi, Doug, welcome. Who would like to present and speak to this particular item?
I will. So we're looking to install a new pole on Barrett Street. We're doing a underground cable replacement in that apartment buildings, the Coach Light apartment buildings right there. And the pole that we currently come off of has just a bunch of riser poles on it, which are the conduit that come up the side of the pole. National Grid's on it, Verizon, there's a couple other telecommunications companies on it. It was kind of busy, so it looked like the best option would be to set a new pole rather than trying to set a new pole next to that, have everyone move over. We met with Greg Newman out in the field, staked the pole. He agreed to the location and said it was a good spot for it. So
Okay, Are there any other proponents who would like to speak to this pole installation? It's going to be hard to tell if anybody, because we have so many hands raised. If you are interested in speaking on this particular matter, please turn your video on. Okay, I don't think I'm seeing anybody. Is there anybody? All right, so first, are there any other proponents? I'm not seeing anybody waving their hands or raising their hands. Is there anybody who is an opponent of this installation? Okay, I'm not seeing that either. Oh, we didn't do a motion to open the public hearing.
Move to open the public hearing.
Nunc pro tunc
Second.
to when we invited comments.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Moulton, seconded by
I think I did. Or
Oh, okay.
either one.
Counselor Foster. Okay. Any discussion on opening the public hearing? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore. Yes. Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Maori, Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing is now open. We have heard from Lisa and Doug as to what this hearing is about. Are there any other, Laura, do we need to have them restate the reason for the poll petition or the poll?
I don't think so.
Okay, so proponents and opponents. All right, I'm not seeing anybody. I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Council President, could I ask a question of National Grid?
Yes, I am sorry.
Thank you. I guess this is for Doug. This
Yep.
is Barrett Street is in my ward, Ward 1. So I went out and took a look at the site today. The pole, the new pole would be placed directly in front of the building, the first building at Astor Fields. The map accompanying this petition shows that as Pheasant Hill. I believe that's the old name of that project, but it's directly in front of Astor Fields. Have they been communicated with? Is there any concern that they've expressed about the placement of the pole?
Nope, they've been communicated with that we'll be doing a cable replacement program, increase reliability in the area, and there was no issues.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions for National Grid?
I make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Elkins to close the public hearing. Any discussion on closing the hearing? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore. Yes. Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Recording stopped.
that was inadvertent. Counselor Nash,
Recording
Yes.
in progress.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
okay, and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. That item will appear on the consent agenda later in this meeting. That's item 22.200, National Grid Verizon poll petition for Barrett Street. Next up, we have a public hearing on an administrative order. By order of the City Council, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing by remote participation on Thursday, February 16th, 2023 at 7:03 p.m. The City Council will consider proposed amendments to the City of Northampton Administrative Code, Part 1, Administrative Organization, Section 2, Administrative and Financial Division, to add 2.08 Climate Action and Project Administration Department, and to amend 2.10 Office of the Auditor to transfer the position of Chief Procurement Officer from the Auditor's Office to the Climate Action and Project Administration Department. The City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. Could I get a motion to open the public hearing on the administrative order?
Move to open
Second.
up the public hearing.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Jarrett. Any discussion on opening the hearing? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
yes,
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing is now open. And in this case, the proponent is the mayor of Northampton.
Good evening, counselors. I'm so happy
Welcome,
to be
Mayor.
here. Thank you. So at the first reading, I read into the record my memo for this big groundbreaking change. So I won't do that again, but I would like to start this evening by giving just huge thanks to the dedicated members of the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition, who have been working with me for a good part of a year, maybe more at this point, to get us to where we are today. I am so grateful for their advocacy and their research and assistance, which has been truly remarkable. And I thank them. I see many of them here tonight, so I thank them for showing up here tonight. It's really, truly been a privilege to work with you all on this. And I also want to give really big thanks to the creative outside of the box, big thinking, as well as the work that's been done by those in the mayor's office that led to the development of this department that I'm bringing to you today. A few things have aligned to facilitate this creation of a department that will interact and collaborate with all other departments in the city. And it's utilizing the reorganization of 2 existing positions with the addition of a director. Our longtime fabulous Chief Procurement Officer, Joe Cook, is retiring tomorrow after a career with the city of 34 years. We are so grateful for his expertise and his watchful eye over all over all projects and things for all of these years, and wish him the very happiest retirement. And his retirement is a really big change for the city. So as you know from this order, the Chief Procurement Officer has been in the office of the auditors, literally and figuratively in the administrative, literally and then figuratively in the administrative code. And so as we've been talking about this change and what we'll look for in our next CPO, we've realized that we aren't entirely sure why Joe has been in with the auditors. It's not designated as so in 30B, which handles procurement and bids. Not really, other cities don't organize it this way. It's just kind of one of those, this is how it's been done sort of things. So procurement and bidding really touches just about every department and is critical for larger projects. My directive since I've been mayor has been that all projects, procurement, planning, undertaking of new or upgraded equipment and infrastructure be evaluated for their contribution to helping us achieve our decarbonization goals. So procurement is a really critical part of that. By bringing procurement into this climate action and project administration department, I really want to send the message to all city departments and the community that this is the priority and all projects will be viewed through this lens. So we have actually already hired for this critical position, and William Coffey is the new CPO for the city. He started just last week, and I'm very happy to introduce him tonight. He's here on Zoom. We are thrilled he's joined the city, and in addition to his interest in handling procurement and contracts, he also has a background in environmental and sustainability practices. So he's sort of the first piece of this Kappa team or puzzle. after I walk through the sort of the rest of the changes, I would love to give him the opportunity to say hello and tell you a little bit about himself and his expertise and his interest in this work. So the other change that has recently happened is that our Energy and Sustainability Officer, Chris Mason, has recently moved on to help communities regionally as the State Green Communities Coordinator for Western Massachusetts. Chris was the very first Energy and Sustainability Officer in the Commonwealth, as we were the first community to create such a position in 2007. And this position has been in the Central Services Department. So we miss Chris a lot, and we owe him a great deal of credit for our innovation and leadership on energy conservation and reduction, and for creating resilient and regenerative infrastructure for the city. And so while it's really sad for us that he isn't here in the city anymore, I actually sort of view his moving to a state position as a positive thing, if maybe not for us, for the world, as his assistance and expertise are needed by many communities. And so that really means that many other communities are working to focus in the way that we have been for years. So I am moving that position from Central Services into CAPA to continue the project management, program research, and grant work that was done in Central Services by that position. So for the last year, I've been, as I said, I've been asking departments to check, to have this be their focus. And I've been asking departments to check with the Energy and Sustainability Officer on purchasing and to make sure that we're making the most efficient and sustainable choices on anything that we purchase. So that will now be part of a process with any purchasing, and projects will go through a coordinated effort with the CAPA team. And so we're going to post this position in CAPA as soon as we possibly can. As we, over this year, as we've been talking to the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition about different structures or models for a climate action position in the city, they felt it was really critical that either the position be directly in the mayor's office or that it be a director level position. And Chief of Staff Wolf and Finance Director Nardi and I spent hours and hours thinking about and talking through this. So I also want to give just huge recognition to the two of them. The three of us spent a lot of time sort of thinking through all the different possibilities of how to create this. And once we had the epiphany of pulling together these two existing positions around a sustainable project management focus, then the structure really sort of came into focus with that if we brought those two with a head or a director that would do strategic big picture planning. And so with that sort of pyramid, the Department of Climate Action and Project Administration was born. I also, of course, want to recognize that the CAPA director will work very closely in collaboration with their departmental colleagues that do parts of this work now, like Director Mish in Planning and Sustainability, Director McCarthy in Central Services with facilities for the city and schools, Director Lascalia in Public Works, many of the department heads. So they will work with everybody. This is really a critical part of this position and the department, that it really must work closely with all other departments, like any other interdepartmental departments like HR, ITS. It will serve the city and city departments in that way. So another need that we talked about a lot, and I see that CAPA will focus on, is more communication around the work that we've done and are doing to meet our goals, as well as collaborative communication with the community, which I think is something that is needed, particularly around this, and will be needed as we move forward, and we all need to work together to meet citywide goals. So communication is going to be sort of a key component of this department as well. As I've been talking about the Climate Change Mitigation Stabilization Fund, as you know, I've been really sort of intently focused on how to position Northampton to be able to take advantage of state and federal funding, like the energy security and climate change programs in the Inflation Reduction Act. So the director of CAPA will work with my office very closely. So we're going to be able to grab every opportunity for the city and for residents to help us reach our goals and move us towards carbon freedom together. So with that, I'm extremely proud and excited to bring this to the City Council. I think it's a pretty remarkable move we're making towards realizing our goals outlined in our Sustainable Northampton Comprehensive Plan. So I thank you so much for your consideration of it. And if you may, I would love to hand it over to William for a little bit so he can meet you all, if that's okay. I think I saw him
Sure.
be made.
Hi, everybody.
There he is. Hi, William. Welcome.
Hi. Thank
Welcome.
you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. It's my pleasure to be here on this call with you and to meet you all, to be connected, and to every attendee on this call. It's a pleasure to be connected with you. I am elated to serve Northampton as its new Chief Procurement Officer. Been learning a ton the past week and a half. I just thought it would be nice to kind of describe myself a little bit. I grew up in the area. I grew up in West Hampton. I'm very much feel like I'm a member of the community. Grew up going to Northampton. I still think of it as the big city in my brain, just like I did when I was a 5-year-old. My mom worked at the Gazette for 30 years. My dad is a local painting contractor, or was until he retired. So very connected to Northampton. I've earned my bachelor's degree in environmental studies from Skidmore College, also in international affairs, so kind of a humanities-based foundation, which kind of, I think, I attribute to growing up in this community. And much later, after several forays into a few different industries, ended up earning my MBA from Colorado State University in a program called the Global Social and Sustainable Enterprise Program. It's a bit of a mouthful. We called it GSSE for short. To that end, a lot of my career has really been focused on the concept of profiting with purpose. So trying to join companies and other initiatives that are really kind of integrating the triple bottom line into their approach. So people, profit, and planet. I've kind of worked, my most recent job was for a company in the waste management and recycling space, kind of helping factories optimize their recycling programs and whatnot to identify, different steps to take to divert waste from the landfill. Anyway, I feel like that ethos of profiting with purpose is very aligned with the community and values of Northampton. Anyway, I'm back in the Valley. I've hopped around a bit. I was in Colorado for 5 years and then later Vermont. Got back to the Valley last summer with a fresh baby, and recently saw this posting and thought I would apply, and was very excited to kind of learn more about the opportunity and learn more about the mayor's initiative of creating the Climate Action and Project Administration Department. Really excited to get involved in that work. But mostly my current focus is just trying to understand everything I can about the role from Joe Cook. His last day is tomorrow, so I've been spending every day with him, just trying to understand all the ins and outs of municipal procurement. I'm doing my best to fill his shoes in a short time, and excited to kind of, number one, take on his role and keep things running as is, and then number two, really learn more about CAPA and get involved with the sustainability initiatives and figuring out ways we can incorporate sustainability concepts, profiting with purpose, if you will, and other kind of initiatives into the procurement activities of the city. So thank you very much, everybody here, for the opportunity. Excited to be around, and I am always about connecting with people. So if anyone ever wants to reach out and discuss your ideas with me, I'm very open to that. Thanks for the shout out. Sorry if you could hear my daughter shouting over there. Thanks, everybody. Much appreciated.
Well, welcome, William, and background noise from family members is always welcome and expected at City Council.
Thank you. Yeah, that sounds about right. Awesome. Great meeting you, everybody. Thanks again.
So, councilors, do you have any clarifying questions for the mayor before we open up to the floor to folks? I say clarifying questions because this is on our agenda later and we can discuss our thoughts on things in greater detail there. Okay.
Oh, Councilor Nash, I have my hand up.
You know what? There's so many people on the screen here. Yes. All right. Councilor Foster.
Thanks. It's more of a process note. I think some folks may have hands up for public comment.
Yes.
So I just wanted to note that we may want to ask those who are expecting public comment to lower hands. They will have a chance for public comment, but comments coming now would be just for the public hearing.
That's a great idea. It would help to manage the meeting.
Yes.
So folks who have their hands raised, I am asking people in the room if they want to speak to this particular matter. So I'm going to request that you lower your hands for right now. We will be going to public comment immediately after this hearing. And, oh, good, now everybody's coming onto the screen. This is very helpful. Let's see. So I see some hands still raised. I suspect Adele wants to speak to this matter. So I'm going to go out on a limb and ask Adele to unmute. Adele, welcome to the public hearing.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Adele Franks. I live in Florence. And I just wanted to emphasize how much I appreciate this proposal of the mayor's to create a new department. And I think that it will add emphasis to our climate actions, and it will also, very importantly, add accountability to our climate goals. And will add accountability for actually achieving our climate goals. We currently have a sustainable Northampton plan that doesn't have a whole lot of measurable objectives. And my hope is that this new department will add some measurable objectives so that we can track our progress. And I was very happy to hear Mayor Sierra mention communication and the importance of this department emphasizing communication with residents, because in fact, other communities that we invited to a roundtable this last summer, sustainability officers mentioned that it was the community members that really drove progress in their communities. And so we are looking forward to this new CAPA director working very closely with residents who care so passionately about leaving a livable climate for their descendants. And we would like very much for the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition to continue working with the city in that way. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Adele. All right, I'm going to assume people with their hands raised wish to speak to this matter. Next up is Nan Smith, I believe. Are you there, Nan?
I'm here for public comment.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'm going to move on to Sharon Moulton, who I think is likely here for this. Sharon, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. I live in Ward 7B and I represent Peace and Justice at First Churches on the Climate Emergency Coalition. And I'm not gonna, Adele has said exactly how I feel. And I just want to add that I want to put First Churches, Peace and Justice, and myself as somebody who is really wanting to be involved in any way community organization and education wants to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Next, we have Joyce Rosenfeld. Joyce.
Yes.
Are you here to speak to
Yes.
CAPA?
Yes.
Okay, you have the floor. Welcome.
I'm very excited to speak about this epic and historic proposal that our mayor has made. I think she will go down in our history as our climate mayor. I have faith in the city council. I have faith in the mayor. I have faith in our community of Northampton, that we will do everything in our power to bring us into the leadership on climate matters. It's been a pleasure to work with the mayor on this, and I look forward as a member of the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition to continuing to work closely with such a listening mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Next up is Susan DeBurge. Susan, are you there?
I am indeed. Okay,
You have the floor.
thank you. Just unmuting here we go. Okay, hi, thank you so much. So I wanted to say that, it was like less than a year ago with the climate emergency escalating, Climate Action Now brought together a group of climate action groups in Northampton, and together we said we've got to do something big and bold that will have a real impact. And that's how the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition was born. And we were so thrilled and amazed at the incredible support of the mayor and the city council. And here it is, it's actually happening. It's very exciting. And we have deep appreciation for this process. And so I just wanted to share a couple of things that I think are the next step that are vital to the success of this effort. And so I have just like two principles I wanted to put out tonight that I hope we can hold in all of our work. And the first one is to engage the community as a whole, all sectors of the community in this. And that's where this idea of a resident council or a community group that Adele and others have spoken to, and that Eric will speak to in a moment, that's really important to really, there's so much that people in this community have to offer, and our strength will be in our collaboration and our unity. And the second principle that this is like, to me, a make or break thing, that when we make decisions, all of our policies and actions, that we view them through the lens of the climate emergency, and we view them through a lens of climate justice and equity and addressing racism, because the only way we are ever going to pull ourselves out of the mess we're in is to build our unity and build our solidarity. And that means all of us doing climate work, we really need to be supporting the reparations work. People in our city need to feel safe to get out on the streets and, do what they need to do and know that we have each other's backs. And unleashing that incredible community energy and wisdom, I think, will make a huge difference in moving things forward. So again, deep appreciation to the mayor and the city council, and welcome all the new people that'll be joining us. And thank you for this time. And my name is Susan DeBerge, and I live in Florence.
Thank you, Susan. All right, next for the public hearing is Eric Broadbent.
Hello,
Eric, are
thank
you
you.
there? Oh, you were there. You have the floor.
I'm going to join the others in the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition in congratulating the mayor and our city for this amazing step. We are quite pleased to hear, as Adele and Susan have said, that community engagement is part of this. As a context, those that pay attention to these things read today about a potential scenario globally called the doom loop, in which governments worldwide would be so overwhelmed with funding repair, recovery from climate disasters that they will lack the resources necessary to invest in decarbonization. And they are saying this is a possible scenario. So it's great to see the mayor stepping up and committing city resource to this. Another report found that the average cost of each additional ton of carbon is $185. It would be great to put that into terms of efficiency, but we know it costs money to repair from floods and whatnot. One of the key challenges, as Adele said, referenced by many of our participants in the roundtable, is that the gorilla in the room in terms of emissions is in the residential and commercial sectors. So we obviously can do a lot of work soon on the municipal sector, but this is where community engagement is important. And anyone who pays attention to the next door board will continuously see questions about heat pumps. People want information, but it's limited, and it's mostly available from contractors who do have their own business interests in mind. So having some representation in the community of expertise and knowledge is important, and we can use this. Therefore, I'm saying that we need a community advisory board to help the department interface with the community as a two-way conduit to both communicate the city's efforts and initiatives available, but also feedback to the department and the city where residents feel challenged and what they would like to do to help. We think it should be comprised with representatives from community stakeholders, from key community stakeholders, and we also have found some best practices developed by a community partnership project supported by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And these have recommendations for how to form this kind of body. And we'd be happy to share that as soon as we are asked to. Again, thank you so much. This is a wonderful initiative and department, and we're so proud that the mayor has made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next up is Jackie Balance.
Hello, I'm
Welcome,
Jackie
Jack.
Balance from Florence. Say what?
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, gosh, I am so excited about this initiative. I'm so grateful to my friends on the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition, to the mayor and the council, especially the councilors who worked so hard with the coalition to move this forward at the council level. But this Mayor Shara will be the climate mayor. This is the crown achievement of her administration. It's going to be hard to cap this. I do want to underline everything that everyone else has said, but especially I want to emphasize the value of a citizens climate advisory board, because we have a lot of smart people in Northampton. Some of them helped to create this initiative. And the more communication we have going forward, the better. The community has a lot to offer and could be very helpful to the new director when the time comes. Onward.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, next up is Denise Lello. Denise.
Yes, yeah, I'm here.
welcome.
I'm not able to start my video. I have to say, I'm a little confused about the difference between public comment and testimony. I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn here, but anyway.
Well, can I answer your question real quick? Just because if you're not understanding it, that means maybe others. So right now we're doing a public hearing. It is around this particular matter, CAPA, the new department. And immediately after this hearing, the next thing on the agenda is public comment. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I do want to speak to CAPA, so I guess this is appropriate for me.
Yeah,
okay.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Denise Lello. I live in Northampton. I'm the coordinator of the Northampton chapter of Mothers Out Front, which is part of the Climate Emergency Coalition. I want to thank you for this opportunity to comment. I do applaud the mayor's vision to move Northampton toward its declared goal of carbon neutrality. And I have 6 reasons I wanted to share with you about why I hope that you'll all vote in favor of the CAPA proposal. First of all, Chris Mason, as the mayor said, did an outstanding job leading the city on its path to sustainability, and did incredible work retrofitting city buildings and ensuring that sustainability goals were met. And it's entirely appropriate that that position be moved into this new department. Secondly, there are federal and state money available now to help, and more is going to become available later this year. And those funds are going to go to cities and towns with staff to secure the funding. So that's the other reason the mayor already indicated that it's important we have somebody to spend their time researching and acquiring funds. Also, we need to have guidance for business owners and citizens because there's a maze of programs to help them transition to clean energy. And that requires communication between City Hall and Northampton community, which has also been mentioned. But also to let the public know about the remarkable work that the city is already doing. Third, city business owners and residents need guidance to coordinate their individual efforts. Retrofits to existing buildings are complicated, and a dedicated office can provide public information to individuals. We hope it will. Fourth, the Massachusetts Commission on Clean Heat final report, which was issued in November, issued guidelines for communities across the state. And those included the need for data analysis to track progress because the state's also trying to meet its net zero building heating and cooling goals. So communities will need to collect and share data. And so people in this office will be able to coordinate that data collection. Fifth, the new specialized stretch code needs to be adopted by Northampton soon, and that's going to have a learning curve to it. But this is really important because we don't want to have the cost of future retrofits because we're allowing buildings to be built now and over the next several years that don't meet net zero standards. And finally, the last thing is that cities and towns across the Commonwealth are working together to move away from the fossil fuel use that's leading to climate catastrophe. So there are efforts going on at other communities across the state. Many people are missing Chris as the Northampton representative, and we really need a Northampton representative. Projects such as the building electrification accelerator are happening across the Commonwealth, and this office will allow us to participate fully in those efforts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise. All right, next up is Jackie McCreener. Welcome, Jackie.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I would just like to voice my support for the creation of the new Climate Action and Project Administration Department. And I would also just like to echo what the others have just said and voice my support for the creation of a new Citizens Advisory Commission to work with the new director of the department. Because I think climate issues do touch on everything from social justice, equity, housing, our infrastructure, just every facet of life. So again, to really promote communication between the city and residents, I think that Citizens Advisory Commission would be a very important step to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. And we're back to Nan, and Nan had earlier said that she's not speaking to this, but queuing up for public comment. So, so it looks like we've reached the end of our public input portion of this. Mayor, do you want to respond to any of the concerns or thoughts that were shared by the public? And councilors, maybe you have some clarifying questions based on what you've heard.
I just want to reiterate my thanks to everyone and everyone who came and spoke and everyone who's worked so hard on this. And again, it was, as I said, a privilege to work with them. So I thank them and I look forward to working with them in the future.
Cool. Councilor Elkins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council President Nash and everybody. I reserve my comments for, and the way the structure of the first reading of this went, and we had so much on the agenda at the last meeting. I contained myself, but I wanted to say what a monumental night. I think tonight's council meeting might be one of the most consequential in Northampton's history. And I just want to commend the mayor for taking this step, and for what I expect will be a successful, passage of this. I want to thank Joe Cook and wish him well in his retirement, and welcome William Coffey, and fresh babies are the best babies. So welcome, and you can bring that background noise anytime. I just have a couple of things that I want to say, because it's so important what is happening tonight, and the leadership that this city is providing to the Commonwealth, and I think as a model for the country. The mayor is absolutely right to thank the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition. The only thing I would say is she understates it a little bit to say their advocacy, because they pushed and they prodded and they pigeonholed the mayor and everybody who would hear from them, and they have made their presence known in every kind of committee meeting. They've been a constant presence at the Northampton Energy and Sustainability Committee, which I and Councilor Maori are on, and to educate us about the role that they had in mind, and to advocate for what that position could be, to overcome questions about how it would work and how it would fit in, and reservations about why existing structures may or may not be enough. So I really want to echo, and if anything, amplify the everything everybody has said. I think that the Climate Emergency Coalition and where they have pushed us is one of the best examples of civic service and advocacy and what's the word I'm looking for? Civic engagement, that, I think it's just remarkable. The amount of education and advocacy that they have pushed forward. I do want to address, I know there have been calls for a citizen commission. It may be worth revisiting the structure of the Northampton Energy and Sustainability Commission. Is it a commission or a committee? I always forget. But the NESC, to make sure it's meeting those needs. But I do want to make sure everybody knows, and I know like Adele Franks knows, because she's always at those meetings, and other members of the Emergency Coalition have been at those meetings and made themselves available, that is a group that is a mixture of elected officials and department heads and residents of the community that seem to be engaging with these questions that I'm hearing some calls for, to make sure that we are engaging with, and from some of the most smartest people. Like it is the nerdiest, wonkiest, I guarantee you, if you come to any committee meeting in the city, anything that we do, it will be the nerdiest, wonkiest, in the weeds kind of discussion about these issues, and thinking through and how the city can be moving forward and be advocating and engaging with the public about these things. So I want to shout out to NESC and its members, past and present, to say that the structure's there. If we need to revisit who's on it and who's engaged with it, we certainly should do that. But I want to assure people who are advocating for this that the city has been on this for a long time. And I'm pleased to be on that committee. It's one of my favorite gigs. Notwithstanding the times that I get a little it gets a little beyond me about what we're talking about when they get into the gritty of the science and all that sort of stuff. So anyway, I don't want to go on too long. I'm not given toward speechifying at council meetings, if folks have for the most part, but I want to say tremendous next step. I'm absolutely in support of this, and whatever we need to do to move it forward and to structure the city government to make it happen, I'm fully in support of. So thank you.
Thank you,
Counselor.
Counselor. Okay. Any other thoughts, or Councilor Maori?
I know we're going to be able to talk more later, but I also had to commend the both the mayor and the Climate Emergency Coalition. When we first went to that when I went to that round table with Chris Mason, and we heard from similar positions across the Commonwealth, you know, we were just getting very excited about the possibilities. And I frankly didn't think that it would kind of take hold in Northampton this fast. And as others have said, it's really because both of the advocacy of the Climate Emergency Coalition and also the mayor, you know, the mayor really listening to the details, because it was made clear that there was some kind of wrong turns this position could take. And I think we're really avoiding those. I mean, I was just so thrilled to see the authority being given with the responsibility, which seems to be the key path to success with this type of position. So I know that the coalition was also thrilled to see that. And it was just really nice to not have to gear up and kind of feel like we had to push that. The mayor just kind of met us there, and it was great. And I'm thrilled. I felt really emotional seeing this on the agenda. I do think it is very, really monumental.
Thank you, Counselor.
Counselor Labarge.
Thank you. I have to agree. I think this is a remarkable move we are doing in climate action, which the mayor has stated. I also feel that communication is very important in the new department, and especially to engage the community as a whole. That is very, very valuable. I also want to welcome William Coffey and welcome to our city of Northampton and working under our new mayor. I want to echo everyone involved to help make this happen, who had helped to make this happen. The mayor, the coalition group, and I also feel, as always, a citizen advisory really needs to be looked at. I think it's a great idea to be put in place. And thank you, everybody, for working tirelessly to make this happen.
Thank you, Counselor.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from counselors? I have to look through multiple screens here. Alex and Jamila are on the second screen. All right. Any further questions or thoughts before we close? I entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Perry. Any discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. And the item related to that shows up later on the agenda under, where'd we go here? It's hard working with one computer rather than two. Item 23.240 is under orders, and that will appear later in our agenda. Okay, next up, we've been through our public hearings, and now is the third bite at the apple for the public as we start public comment. And I have my public comment preamble here. We will now hear public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raised hand feature located on the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you are calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you are having trouble raising your hand, you may use the chat feature to send a message to me and Counselor Foster. To ensure equal access and because of open meeting law, technical problems such as not being able to raise your hand are the only thing the chat function is used for, and the chat function will only be available during public comment. We cannot accept comment over chat. Private chat or chat only visible on Zoom during a public meeting is antithetical to an open public process, in violation of the council rules for public participation, and violates the spirit and potentially the law of open meeting law. If you want to submit a written public comment, please email to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov, and it will be sent to all of the counselors and will be part of the public record. I will unmute each raised hand in the order raised to make a comment. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to 2 minutes. You are in no way obligated to use the full 2 minutes. But if you do, after 2 minutes, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. If you set your Zoom screen for gallery mode, you will see the blue sky timer indicating how much time each speaker has. Per council rules, well, I'm not going to read that because we're not going to go over 90 minutes. According to the council rules, we do not respond during public comment, as it is your time to speak. So while your comments should be directed to us, you will understand when we do not respond. Our rules also state that counselors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and do so with the recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. Also, according to open meeting law, if somebody is disrupting a meeting, they may be removed. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. I ask that all but the council turn off your video until called upon. Only the person recognized has the floor, and all comments are to be directed to the council. This meeting can be watched on channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube and other platforms. Okay, so I see people queued up, and Nan Smith is first. And is the blue sky timer out there?
It is. It won't show up until the sound has gone off. It's on. It might be buried deep in a screen, but the first time the dinger goes off, it will show up on the first screen.
Okay, all right. So, well, and I know that Nan well knows the 2 minute time. So Nan, we'll see how well you can match up with our 2 minute limit.
All right, thank you. Nancy Smith, Chapel Street. I want to express my strongest support for passing the reparations resolution tonight. I would like to thank and congratulate its sponsors, Councilors Gore, Perry, and Elkins, and the Northampton Reparations Committee, whose dedication and hard work has delivered this beautifully factual and moving resolution. I want to thank in advance the mayor and city council for bringing that work to fruition tonight by unanimously voting to support, carry out, and finance this resolution. By doing so, you will be moving all of us forward toward a stronger, more diverse, and unified Northampton. This resolution is so well done that I must admit I am sad only a handful of people are around late enough to hear it. I would like to suggest that the resolution be read again on the steps of City Hall, perhaps on Juneteenth, so everyone can not only hear it, but celebrate its passing together. I would also like to again express my strong support for Northampton Firefighters Local 108, who are still without a contract and negotiating with the city. They have the highest call volume in Hampshire County. Their ambulance generates $3.5 million for the city each year, yet members are paid up to 42% less than some of the surrounding communities. I'm urging the mayor to support our first responders who are always there for us by providing equal pay for public safety. And I just like to give a shout out and thank you to everybody who pushed so hard and worked so hard to get the Climate Action Department to become a reality. So thank you all for that. Thanks.
Okay. We're gonna wait for that ding.
I can handle it.
I think you beat it, Nancy.
I
Okay.
did.
Let's see, where is it?
Oh, Counselor, I was quick on the draw and I paused it when Nan was done. So the next person that's close to 2 minutes is going to go to the ding.
Hold it. There it is. Okay, next, hold it. Next up is Tom Weiner. Let's see.
Thank you. My name is Tom Weiner. I live in Northampton on Linden Street. I'm a founding member of the Northampton Reparations Committee. From an adulthood spent seeking out knowledge about the true history of our country, starting with reading Black authors like Baldwin, Du Bois, Wright, Morrison, Walker, many others, to working in jobs where I saw the effects of generational poverty and trauma, I have believed strongly that the very least America can do is provide reparations for 400 years and counting of inequality, injustice, and oppression of Black Americans. The apology the resolution requires and the commission that will result from its passage are essential steps our city can start to make to address the historic harms that are still affecting our Black citizens every day. I use the analogy of the toothpaste leaving the tube. Once you begin to see all the ways in which Black people have been systematically mistreated by our society and our government, you can't unsee it, and you don't want to. You want to find ways to repair the damage. This resolution offers that opportunity to our city. I've been working for 4 years with Dr. Amilcar Shabazz, who's on the committee that's doing the same work in Amherst, on a book entitled In Defiance: Lives That Mattered in the Struggle for Racial Justice and Equality Before the US Civil War, featuring the stories of 5 Black men, 5 Black women, 5 white men, and 5 white women you've likely never heard of, who fought for racial justice as abolitionists. They were prepared to lay down their lives for the freedom of enslaved people. We need to lift up those in this community who have done the same, along with acknowledging the harms that have occurred. We need to learn Northampton's true history, as the commission will enable us to do. I feel very strongly that this resolution will enable Northampton to do a much better job honoring all the contributions of all its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next up is Stan Shapiro. Oh, that's a sign that it's working, Stan. Stan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Counselor. Stan Shapiro, Vernon Street, Northampton. I'm here to speak tonight in favor of the council's proposal for a citywide reparations commission to investigate the historical and current effects of enslavement and racial discrimination, and to make recommendations for reparative actions. There are many aspects to this proposal and this movement, but tonight I would like to briefly address the issue of why us, or why all of us, should be supporting this effort. I've had many conversations with others who wonder why we, speaking as individuals or members of a family or a community who may not have lived in this country during the period of slavery, should be responsible for redress. Like many others, I'm the grandchild of immigrants who came to this country impoverished and worked hard to succeed, hoping the next generations to have a better life, what we might see or call a traditional American immigrant success story. And so that argument goes, yes, I understand that there is an extraordinary racial wealth gap in America, and indeed this country is built on the back of stolen labor. But why are we, or why are those people responsible for the generational effects of enslavement and Jim Crow? After all, we didn't participate and perpetuate these crimes, and we didn't directly benefit from them. To me, the answer is clear. We must come to grips with the fact that the wealth of this country, which has enabled so many, including my family, to benefit, has come on the backs of stolen labor over hundreds of years. Collectively, though perhaps not individually, we owe our chance at success to the work of enslaved people and people who were robbed of the financial reward for the labor that we all individually might expect to benefit from. And so it is our collective responsibility to investigate the harm and be involved in repair. I'd add, I'll finish my last sentence. I'd add that as an active member of Northampton's Jewish community, we feel a special obligation to support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Okay, next up is Antonia Edwards. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Antonia Edwards, and I want to say thank you to the mayor and also the city council members, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to give my humble, honest, grateful appreciation for passing this resolution this evening, if that's what's going to happen. I just want to just speak to the fact that I work with grassroots organizations across the nation. I represent American freedmen. They're the formerly emancipated slaves. There were 4 million of them. That's my ancestralism. Also, I have collaborators on the call here as well too. I just want to humbly ask that when you take this resolution in consideration, not to name it reparations. Reparations is the debt that's owed by the federal government and not local municipalities. And so we're asking humbly to ask for it to be acts of atonements so that the cities and the municipalities can do certain things to accomplish that repair, but leave the reparations to the federal government. I'm also asking that you include American freedmen, Blacks that descend from U.S. chattel enslavement. We are the original harmed people, my ancestors. And so therefore, by not recognizing them, it's really a slap in the face. And I'm just gonna be honest with you. When we see bills that have Black slave or African slaves, it's not paying homage to our ancestors who are a part of the formerly emancipated slaves with the American Freedmen Act, the American Freedmen Bureau, and the American Freedmen Bank. And so we were able to talk to Mayor Wu in Boston. I am in Boston. I also work in Connecticut and do legislation, and was able to get the verbiage in the Boston reparations task force. And we'd like for you to do the same. But I want to really thank you all for being so receptive and acknowledging the harms that were done to our ancestors and even us for the last 400 years. And we want to just make a change going forward. And I wanted to thank you again, but we wanted to ask that we have that verbiage put into the bill because again, the original harm party should be named and not just opened up for all people originally, because when you're talking reparations for slavery, it needs to be the harm party that's recognized, and that's American freedmen, Black descent from chattel slavery in America. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is, I think it's Elisa. Welcome, former colleague to my right on council.
Hello, I'm Elisa Klein from Leeds. I'm here representing Grow Food Northampton, the food and farming justice organization that I helm here in the city. I'm here to state our organizational support for the resolution to create a commission to investigate racialized harms perpetrated against Black residents and workers in Northampton. Thank you very much to Councilors Gore, Perry, and Elkins for introducing this, and to all of you for your expressed support of the resolution at your last meeting. I'd like to make 2 broad points and would probably make many more if time allowed it. The first is the pushback against this proposal, saying that we here in Northampton don't bear responsibility for the harms perpetrated against enslaved Black people or for the ongoing systemic and structural anti-Blackness of this country is ludicrous. While I applaud and support the local efforts to find and document all of the slave holdings and other harms perpetrated by historic residents of the city to justify why a reparations campaign is needed here, just the fact alone that as a majority white city, we are not only complicit in past and current racist harm, but currently actively engaging in it by upholding and enforcing white supremacy in myriad ways, overt and oblique, makes it imperative that we conduct a campaign of reparations. Second, speaking from Grow Food Northampton's unique position as a food systems organization, I'd like to take a look at the national food system in this country. It exists today only because it was built for white landowners and slaveholders by enslaved Africans. The first enslaved people kidnapped and brought to the US in 1619 were brought here for the express purpose of establishing the American food system. They carried out literally back-breaking labor that snuffed out their lives to create the infrastructure for our food system. For instance, sugar plantations were created by enslaved Black people, and their life expectancy working on a sugar plantation was 7 years. Essential crops like corn, wheat, oats, barley, indigo, tobacco, and cotton were created and tended by Black people. Today's national food system is downright injurious to Black Americans, who make up a vastly disproportionate number of those on SNAP, those living in food apartheid neighborhoods where they can't access nutritious or healthy local foods, those who don't have enough to eat. It's racism that built and continues to maintain our racist food systems. Reparations are just one critical component in the massive project that we have as a predominantly white city to address and end racism. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Okay, next up is Sarah Weinberger. Are you there, Sarah?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Weinberger, and I'm one of the founding members of the Northampton Reparations Committee. And though I currently live in East Hampton, I was a resident of Northampton for approximately 30 years, was on the Human Rights Commission, and continue to be an active member of Congregation B'nai Israel. And so I know a little also about the power of reparations, because 42 members of my extended family were murdered in the Holocaust, and my parents were Holocaust survivors. My daughter's tuition for her 4 years at NYU was paid for with reparations from the German government. Reparations were a message of atonement, and while they will never undo the atrocities committed against my family, they are an admission of responsibility, an apology backed by action. The many memorials to Holocaust victims, mandatory Holocaust education, and making it a crime to deny the Holocaust are messages of culpability that have brought some amount of healing to the descendants of the Nazis, as well as to the victims of Nazi atrocities and their descendants like me. Today, the Northampton City Council has the opportunity to take a step towards facing the generational harms that began with enslavement and continue today, not only by passing the resolution to create a commission, but by providing that commission with the resources it needs, including adequate funding to make good on its charge to investigate racialized harms perpetrated against Black residents and workers in Northampton. Thank you, Northampton City Councilors, for considering and hopefully passing this important resolution.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up is Sarah Patterson. Welcome, Sarah.
Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Patterson. I speak in favor of establishing a reparations commission. It reflects upon our city councilors' innovative approach to racial justice. Thank you to councilors Gore, Perry, and Elkins. 544 local signatures and dozens of comments appear on the petition for reparations in Northampton. The document has made the cause more accessible to residents over the past 5 months, and it has cultivated support from all areas of our city, individuals and organizations such as Grow Food Northampton, and they have helped to build momentum for a new and dynamic phase in our city's future. This effort recognizes the necessity of allyship to support African-American residents. It acknowledges residents with direct ties to chattel slavery and to those whose well-being has been harmed by systemic racism and racial discrimination. The history of Northampton shows that Black people have served the community in a variety of ways. For example, Northampton in the second half of the 19th century was home to Black people who worked as farm laborers, stonemasons, cooks, hotel waiters, and servants in white households. A small number were legal voters and lived in their own households. Others lived with disabilities in hospitals. Our state also has a special history with advocacy for Black Americans. For example, the 19th century Massachusetts Congressperson Thomas D. Eliot served in the House of Representatives and chaired the Committee on Freedmen's Affairs in the 1860s. He advocated for the continuation of the Freedmen's Bureau's work in the years following the Civil War. Now we hope that the focus will be on local concerns and that the councilors will walk in this spirit of repair. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, next up is Arlene Kirsch. Are you there, Arlene? Hold it. She disappeared.
No.
Oh, there you are. All right, Zoom has,
Yeah.
you hopped around. Okay.
I hopped around.
I'm glad you're
I'm-
still here. Welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. I am going to be very brief. I want to thank Councillors Gore, Perry, and Elkins, of course, for introducing this resolution for reparations. This is a step in the right direction. It's not the cure-all. This isn't about how we treat our neighbors. This is about righting a wrong that has been systematically perpetuated for hundreds of years. And while Northampton does have a proud history of abolition work, it also has a shameful history of enslavement of Black people, as you've just heard from a number of people, and a history of systemic racism. That, along with all the systems that have held Black people down, held them back, and also ignored all of the immense contributions that Black people have made to the city and to this country. That all needs to be acknowledged, needs to be apologized for, needs to be turned around. And why shouldn't Northampton be the leader on this, or one of the leaders on this? We should be. And I really want to thank the City Council and the Mayor for passing this tonight. This is, as I said, just a step in the right direction, but it's absolutely critical. And let's go, Northampton. Let's lead this way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arlene. Okay. Next up is Emikan Sudan.
Greetings. Thank you for inviting me to speak tonight. In terms of I'm speaking, I'll try and be very brief to support resolution number 16. I think it's the kind of thing that we should think about how we act, not just locally, but globally, because I think what we do here in Northampton hopefully will spread across the country, because the whole country needs to heal and to stop all the negative forces that are around us. And reparations is one way of balancing all those negative actions here at home in Northampton and around. I fully support developing the commission that can develop concrete ideas which will lead to consequential and positive actions towards reparations and healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Emikan. Next up is Ciara Cosby.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, hello, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. I want to first thank, my name is Ciara Cosby. I want to first thank the Northampton Operations Committee for doing the work of drafting the initial resolution, the petition, acquiring signatures and gathering support to get this local reparative effort going. Thank you to Councilors Gore, Elkins, and Perry for filing this resolution to begin a formal process of atonement for Black Americans in Northampton. I'm a descendant of Black Americans free and enslaved in the United States, and multiple generations of my family have worked and contributed to the Northampton economy. What is drafted in the current language of the resolution will unfortunately not create the reality that we wish to achieve as far as reparations goes. And there's adjustments that I think need to be made prior to moving forward. I would ask that we would please refrain from publicly or otherwise referring to this work or potential commission as reparations, as stated earlier, whether in writing or speech. The harms against ethnic Black Americans constitute genocide per the United Nations definition. The city of Northampton simply does not have the resources to provide true reparations to our population, and to misrepresent this atonement process as reparations would promote a deceptive narrative, and that would be harmful. Acts of atonement would be a more appropriate designation. Please specify the class of persons you're seeking to remedy as ethnic Black Americans, descendants of U.S. chattel enslaved persons, or American freedmen, as we have been called in past times legislatively. We are an ethnic group and not a skin color group. The claim for Black reparations in the U.S. is rooted in the genocide of our specific ethnic group, and it would be unethical to open this process to anyone outside of the harmed party, regardless of skin color. The resolution calls for 50% of the commission to be Black. Again, that should be specified. These would be ethnic Black Americans, descendants of U.S. chattel enslaved persons. And arguably this percentage should be higher. As written, there's currently no assurance that Black Americans who are descended from U.S. chattel slaves would be the beneficiaries of the efforts, nor necessarily any guarantee that we would have representation on the commission itself. Please also ensure that no fund resources would be used to finance the commission or the implementation of its recommendations, as this could create a potential conflict with our federal reparations. Thank you so much for the time, and thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Next up, Pamela Schwartz. Welcome, Pamela.
Hello, hello. Good evening. Good evening, counselors. It's good to see you. It's good to be here. I am here to speak in support of this resolution to create this commission. I think that the Reparations Commission, I appreciate the prior comments I'm hearing, the prior speaker, and appreciate the further dialogue that this effort will create. Frankly, I mean, I think it's just all a part of it, all the comments that are happening right here. I'm just so grateful that this is happening, that this conversation is happening, that this resolution is happening. I thank my own Councillor Perry, and thank Councillor Gore, and thank Councillor Elkins, and certainly thank the Reparations Commission, City Committee that has been working so hard on this. I'm also, as a former city councillor from many years ago, I just want to say I'm deeply proud of our city to be having this conversation and considering this resolution and presumably voting for it. And I just feel so grateful to all of you for being in this position of moving this forward. I also want to share that I am very involved in the Congregation B'nai Israel Reparations Working Group, where we have over the last several weeks convened over 100 members of our own community to talk about Congregation B'nai Israel's role in reparations, and it's participating in that process, and it's been extremely meaningful, and we're just at the start of it, and seeing the city come in, I mean, knowing the city is part of this process, is leading the way in this process. We're just very excited as a faith-based community to join and support these city efforts. So I just want to give, above all, deep thanks for this process, and salute you and encourage you to keep moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pamela. Next up is Sherry Hall-Smith. See if we can get you on. Are you unmuted? Are you there? Welcome.
So much. My name is Sherry Hall-Smith. I live in Florence, and want also to speak in favor of the proposed resolution. As mentioned, there is a history of overt racism and slavery in Northampton. Today we have systemic racism that is still evident throughout our country, as well as in our local community. Myself, I raised 2 children of color in Northampton, and I would say from my family's experience that racism still exists in our community and that there's plenty of work for us to do. So I want to express my support for the proposal of the proposed resolution on addressing racialized harms. I see it as an important step, not a single step, but a step towards building a community where racial equity and racial justice may be possible. So I thank everyone for all their work on this.
Thank you, Sherry. Next up is Jackie Balance. Welcome back.
Yes, thank you. Glad to be here. Jackie Balance from Florence. I just want to harken back to Susan Taber's comments in the public hearing that the issues of climate and racism go hand in hand. We can't solve one without solving the other. It's a matter, frankly, of life and death. We must look at everything we do, every ordinance we pass, every product we buy, every breath we take through the lens of both climate and racism. If we're to have a future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Next up is Joe Kent Katz. Let's see if can we get you unmuted here? Hello, are you unmuted? Oh, welcome. You have the floor.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to be here. This is my first city council meeting. My name is Joe Kent Katz. I live on Bridge Road in Northampton. And I'm also wanting to speak in favor of the proposed resolution. A huge thank you to Councilor Gore and Perry and Elkins and the Northampton Reparations Committee for your labor and dedication. And I'm feeling like in my heart very inspired by the speakers tonight. Just being in this conversation, I'm already learning some essential pieces of our city's history, and I consider that already one of the positive impacts of this resolution already being in effect. And I think of Northampton as being full of folks fighting for justice, and yet on so many levels, our city can't seem to like get out of the grip of being aligned with racism and white supremacy. And I think it's required at this time in our country and you know, in our world that as many of us take steps individually and collectively towards the kind of integrity that brings us back into the kind of like a level of spiritual alignment that this resolution is inviting us into, involving an authentic atonement that really not only creates spiritual alignment, but also invites us to foster the conditions in our city that are required for Black folks, for descendants of enslaved Africans to be safe, to be seen, to be treated as whole, to heal, and to thrive. And I also want to say that I learned last night that there may not be funding secured for the commissioners carrying out this resolution if it's passed. And I just want to encourage the mayor's office to consider allotting the kind of funding that's going to sustain the work of this community, to make sure that this work is truly done with honor and sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And come back again.
I will.
Okay, next up, Harvey Hill. Let's see, are you on? There you are. Welcome, Harvey.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Harvey Hill. I live on Ward Avenue in Northampton, and I also would like to speak in support of the resolution on reparations. My own family history with race is not a proud one. I cannot change the past, but I also cannot deny it. Years ago, I recognized that I could not move forward positively without taking seriously our family history. Since then, I've done what I could to learn about the past and to act as an anti-racist in the present. I also speak as an Episcopal priest and as part of our diocese's beloved community commission. We're engaged in a study of our own complicity in racial injustice and have begun working on the issue of reparations and atonement as a church. I believe that every nation and every community in it needs to do something similar. We need to acknowledge the wrongs that have been done in the past and their continuing legacy in the present. We need to do whatever we can to repair the damage and to take another step in our effort to live up to our national promise of liberty and justice for all. This resolution is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Next up is Adele Franks. Welcome back, Adele. Did we get you unmuted? Oh,
thank you. Adele Franks, I live in Florence. And I wanted to amend what I said at the last city council meeting when I spoke in favor of this resolution by saying that it was an idea whose time has come, because I think actually it's way past due. But it is clearly a step in the right direction. And I just want to point out how much we all stand to benefit from this commission's work, because we're going to learn so much, and we need the truth in order to move forward to a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Next up is Barry. Welcome, Barry.
One sec, sorry.
Can you start, could I be seen? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm
you
trying to
want-
start the video, but it won't work.
um,
Okay, now I got it.
Your video is on, you're unmuted, and Barry, you have the floor.
Okay, I thought you got 3 minutes. It's been a while since I attended a meeting, but, and I had prepared a 3 minutes speech.
Well, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm opposed to this resolution. I feel that that the resolution as it's being proposed promotes division rather than healing. It is divisive and it's not honest. The facts, I've listened to the people speak here, and it's just made up stuff. I've actually researched, taken the time to go through the document and study the comments made within the resolution, and most of it is garbage. Here's the book, one of the books that I've read to check out the honesty of the statement. If you can see that. And I have another one over here. The fact of the matter is, this document doesn't even take the time to acknowledge the fact that 350,000 white North Americans gave their blood, their lives to help free Black slaves. You'd think in a long document like this, a moment would be taken to give some respect to those people. There were 13,500 white Massachusetts soldiers who were killed in trying to establish freedom for Black slaves. And 80 of those people came from Northampton. None of them are mentioned in this resolution. I believe all people can work together, and Blacks have achieved a lot with the help, with their own initiative and with the help of well-meaning white people. And we can do more, and we can do better.
Thank you, Barry. Okay. Next up is Jalen Conway.
Hi, I'm from Boston. I'm the youth out here, and I just want to say I am a American freedman. We need to definitely thank you for supporting this resolutions reparations bill. I am 19 years old, so this is coming from a young perspective, and also working aside elders that just spoke, like people like Miss Antonia and Kiara as well. And I just wanted to say, Office of Freedmen Affairs is very important. I speak for a lot of foster care, and we need our own facility to be able to subsist and help our families and our youth and mend the bridges that have been torn down by white supremacy, white terrorism, as well as just welfare has broken apart the family a lot. So that's very important to think about. And I also want to say, for white people who don't think they need to be held accountable, yes, you do. I'm 19 years old. I don't have generational wealth. Do you think I'm supposed to pull my bootstraps up and create the boots? With what straps? Do you think I'm supposed to pull it out the air? Because I'm not. We're not here to do that. But what we are here to do is take a responsibility for the debt that's owed, and it should be state acts of atonement. This is not reparations. And let me just say, for moving on with the future, creating the task force, don't let Narcan and Cobra sit up there. They're going on a campaign. We have clips of their leader, Cam Howard, talking about he's going to grift the money and take it back to Africa. They're going around Atlanta, Houston, New York, Jersey, Boston. They're doing it everywhere, even in Amherst. They're not being receptive to the information. It's disrespectful how you keep trying to speak for people like me when you're not even going to be here to receive the debt that's owed. So very disrespectful when people keep trying to speak for people that's not even about me. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Jalen. Next up is Well, it says Sue Stubbs, but I don't believe that is Sue Stubbs.
It is John Berkowitz, who cannot change his name, sorry to say.
Well, you can say it like you did. Welcome, John.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Northampton Reparations Committee. Many cities in Germany have inscribed stepping stones and other small and large memorials to the victims of the Holocaust during the 12 years of Nazi rule. Northampton and every city and town in America should do the same regarding the harms done to African Americans over 404 years. Our public displays downtown about our abolitionist history and the statue of Black abolitionist Sojourner Truth in Florence are good, but not enough. I think our city needs to make a public acknowledgement and apology for its part in the national story of injustice and cruelty to African Americans. Next, we can pledge to do more to end systemic racism and injustice in the areas of housing, education, healthcare, employment, policing, and criminal justice. And finally, we can begin to pay back what was stolen from Black people through the centuries of enslavement, segregation, racial terror, redlining, and unequal treatment by making reparations. We can start by passing this resolution to establish a commission to investigate the historic and current harms and recommend reparatory justice initiatives. I would be glad and proud to join Amherst, Boston, Providence, and 8 other American cities that have already done so. But given the budgetary limits of cities like Northampton, the amount earmarked for reparations can only be a small fraction of what is really owed. That's why we need to also join the growing national call for the president to issue an executive order and for Congress to pass the reparations bill. This federal bill, H.R. 40, is named after the 40 acres and a mule that Lincoln promised the newly freed enslaved people after the Civil War. But the policy was never carried out after he was assassinated. It's high time to honor this debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jackie McCreener. Let's see, are you there, Jackie? There you go. You're unmuted.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jacqueline McCrainer, and I live in Ward 3. I respectfully urge the council, the mayor, the Office of Planning and Sustainability, and the Historical Commission to work more closely and respectfully with residents and to responsibly steward Northampton's historic, built, and natural resources. To me, this means taking greater care of our trees, land, and historic buildings, all for climate, sustainability, economic, and aesthetic purposes. Bob Leverett, a local legend and old-growth forest expert, along with his colleagues, states that the world cannot plant its way out of the climate crisis. Trees that are between the ages of 35 and 200 years old are our saviors because they sequester the most carbon and produce the most oxygen. Cutting down healthy, mature trees is akin to suicide. Northampton's healthy, mature trees need and deserve stricter protections. Northampton city officials have a long history of prioritizing the interests of developers over residents and historic preservation at the neighborhood level, resulting in the cutting down of invaluable, healthy, mature trees, the demolition of historic, rehabable starter homes, and the onslaught of new, expensive, enormous housing that destroys neighborhood character and is vastly contributing to Northampton's densification and gentrification. We may be a city, but residents do not want to see Northampton become the next Holyoke or Springfield in terms of density. We value the space between our homes as well as our trees and gardens. The beautiful town and country lifestyle that we enjoy is what also draws newcomers to our city. Existing URB uses by right and reduced lot line zoning provisions are an antithesis to a bright future for Northampton because they prioritize the interests of private developers. Please do not allow the continued destruction of the beautiful legacy that was left to all of us. I would also like to voice my support for the creation of the new Capital Department and for the Acts of Atonement resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Marisa. Let's get you unmuted. Are you there?
Hi, thank you so much. I am Marisa Brown Ludwig, an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, a member of Greater Springfield NAACP, and a resident of Florence. I'm here to speak in support of the resolution, perhaps being renamed for atonement. This is my second set of comments, and I'm here to bring this time a biblical perspective out of my faith tradition, in addition to the more historical personal context I spoke from 2 weeks ago. Reparations as a response to racial injustice in America is often criticized for reasons that others prior to me have said, believing that contemporary people cannot be held responsible for the terrible acts of enslavement of Africans in the past and Jim Crow and continued economic discrimination continuing against Black and brown people in our country up to the present. But the Hebrew scriptures shared by both Christians and Jews have something specific to tell us about the power and need of reparations for true healing. I credit from my inspiration for my remarks to Pastor Thabiti Anyobile from his October 29 interview, Reparations Are Biblical. The book of Ezra, found in the Holy Bible, tells about reparations decreed by the Emperor Cyrus in Babylon in the 6th century BCE. 70 years earlier, the Babylonian king had forcibly removed the Israelites from their land and brought them to Babylon as captives, destroying it and pillaging their holy temple. Fast forward to Emperor Cyrus, now in the book of Ezra, who announces that the God of heaven has commanded him to restore Israel, and he releases the exiles, returns all the holy items taken, and leads the Babylonian people to give money, animals, food, and goods to make possible the full restoration of the Israelite people to their worship and to their land. By the time this is complete, it's about 100 years or 3 generations from the original Babylonians capturing the original Israelites. And it says the people celebrated with joy. This tradition teaches me as a Christian that we can and we must make right today the wrongs of our forebears that have not yet been rectified, no matter how many generations have passed between them and us. So let us form this commission to bring together white and Black community members to tell what truly happened, to be accountable, and to create financial and social pathways to meaningful equity for Black and brown people here in Northampton, allowing us to become the flourishing, racially diverse community we surely ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is, excuse me, Arlene.
Hey,
Welcome.
thank you. Let's see. I'm Arlene Avakian and I live on Olander Drive in Northampton. Lived in Amherst for many years, but I'm here now. And I come to you tonight in support of the establishment of a commission on reparations for the city of Northampton as a white person who has focused on white supremacy and the enduring white privilege it engenders for most of my adult life. I am also an Armenian American whose maternal family were victims and survivors of the 1915 genocide of Armenians, a genocide that Turkey continues to deny. I had the opportunity to travel to Turkey and meet many Turkish citizens who recognize the wrongs done to Armenians, some risking their careers and their freedom to end that denial. Meeting these people and hearing about the work they were doing healed a wound in me. Like Turkey, the US downplays or outright denies the effect of kidnapping African people from their lands and enslaving them and their progeny for 246 years, 12 generations. That disenfranchisement and deliberate impoverishment of African Americans did not end with the Civil War. Rights granted by the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were quickly abrogated, both in the South and the North. Reparations is one small step to healing racial trauma and repays only a tiny portion of what has been stolen from Black people over the past 400 years. The other side of that theft is the huge wealth accumulated from the confiscation of indigenous land, coupled with the free labor of enslaved people. Our debt is so vast that it is actually not repayable, but reparations does acknowledge wrongs done. I also want to speak to what reparations can do for white people. As James Baldwin taught us, white Americans must face our past, or we will never know who we are as individuals and a nation. The threats to democracy we're facing today are based in part on our ongoing inability to acknowledge our past. Reparations is not a panacea, but we cannot move forward without it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. Next up is MRCC.
Hello, my name is Saskia Van James, and I'm here on behalf of Massachusetts Recreational Consumer Council. I am the Director of Racial Healing and Reparatory Justice. I have worked with the City of Cambridge and assisted in passing several reparations policies, including a reparations fund for the transatlantic slave trade, a restitution fund for the war on drugs, and a Racial Justice and Equity Commission ordinance. I am here tonight in regards to your reparations ordinance, and I first just want to say thank you for taking the initiative to approach this issue. I sincerely appreciate it. However, there are several issues that I demand to be addressed in order for the town of Northampton to not face a legal lawsuit that you would lose. Federal precedent has been set where reparations is recognized as a federal program. It is not an affirmative action program. And the way you guys currently define it in your language using reparations, you're actually whitewashing reparations into restorative justice by saying that you'll develop programs and stuff. This is acts of atonement. They are not reparations. Reparations is a 5-step process that's defined by the United Nations. So it's imperative that that happens. The second thing is that you actually use language to establish a study. It says to study racialized harms perpetuated against Black residents, workers, and students in Northampton. This is incorrect language. You're actually upholding systemic racism, and some of the people on here have commented that as well. You have to recognize that since like 1963 and the Immigration Act, that Black Americans is now a wide, diverse people. Black Americans traditionally is defined as people who are descendants of chattel slavery within the US, but we now have Caribbean Americans and African Americans, people who are from Africa. Not all people who are Black have been enslaved in chattel slavery within the US. So you need to be clear on who are these Black people. And by continuously using Black people language, you're upholding harm, as well as this, since this is an act of atonement and not reparations, you need to clarify that as well too. I have sent you guys an email with links in them for you to read so that you are properly educated, so that your town will not face a lawsuit, because Black Americans that are descendants of chattel slavery, we are witnessing a grift that's occurring and the mislabeling of reparations actively as we speak. Furthermore, you cannot just have 50% of Black Americans on the task force. There needs to be a minimum of 85%. The city of Boston did that as well too. And there nowhere in history have you ever watched a reparations commission be developed for Jewish people and say just 50%. The most oppressed people are Black Americans. We are second-class citizens. You have to recognize us by our federally legal name as American freedmen. Furthermore, establish an Office of Freedmen Affairs on a local level that will be matched by the state level. We need this because we are still trying to find our family. We still do not know our lineage. We have been torn apart. We need assistance on a state and local level. There's an office that needs to be done. The other thing is that you need to define harm areas. The state of California has identified 12 harm areas. This task force, this commission needs to have a budget so that you have community engagement, which is done through a reparatory justice process. Reparatory justice process requires that the people who have been harmed directly name the harm and what it will take to repair the harm. The people who have not been harmed have no rights to say what it will take to repair the harm. I repeat, if you are not a descendant of chattel slavery within the US, you have no right to say what it will take to repair the harm. Only those people can say what it will take to repair the harm. So there is no restorative justice when it comes to reparations or acts of atonement. It is only reparatory justice. Do not whitewash reparations and acts of atonement into restorative justice. That is not acceptable. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Alicia Cutting.
Thank you so much. It's Alicia Cutting, and I truly, truly thank you all for your progressive spirit and actions. I do want to note that when we use the word reparations, my question is always, what is actually being repaired? Sarah stated earlier that reparations obviously is not a new concept. There have been several financial reparations programs that have been set up by the federal government, as she alluded to. for Holocaust survivors as well. And for lineage-based reparations, I think it's important that the language states that it really be ethnically Black Afro-Americans, and that this process should repair the economic loss caused by chattel slavery, Jim Crow, Black laws, Black codes, et cetera. For example, we know that the repair to the value of stolen land and properties is crucial. We have destroyed properties across the country in areas like Greenwood District in Tulsa, otherwise known as Black Wall Street. You have land stolen to create Central Park in New York and more. And most importantly, the lives that were taken during enslavement, lynchings, and further on down the line. So I think it's really important, the work that you're doing, and I appreciate it. But I do want to note that I think it's specifically for Native Afro-Americans for whom these actions have directly caused or widened the wealth gap as we see today. And this is an equity issue for me, and it does affect our descendants today. So finally, I think that's why reparations must be lineage-based versus skin color-based for anyone of any lineage that did not experience state-sanctioned violence and terrorism. The same way, like I said, Holocaust reparations have been referenced tonight. I humbly ask you to consider the progressive city like Northampton will be a model for other states across the United States. So again, I ask you to cautiously consider the language, that it be used, not the word reparations, but that the work be done to repair the harm done to the ethnic descendants of these crimes. Thank you so much for your time, and blessings and all.
Thank you, Alicia. Next up is Joella Tarbutton. Welcome, Joella. Oh, let's get you unmuted. Are you able to unmute? There you go.
I just did. Hi, I just want to say hello, good people. I want to thank the three city council members, Gore, Perry, and Elkins, for excellent work that you did on this issue here. And I want to also thank the mayor and all the city councils. I stayed until the end of the meeting last time, and I heard the fellow commissioners talking about this project, getting emotional, this project, the commitment, and it was just amazing. It was amazing to have the teamwork. So that was really, really great. And I appreciate them appreciating people for the work that they've done. So I'm just thrilled in that sense. In the spirit of this resolution, and I said this last time, I'm going to say it again. I truly hope that the the council and the community, this great community we're talking about here, I really wish that we can focus on tenants that are living in public housing. I would like for us to really show, as per the reparations committee survey, when they talked about home ownership and what happened 100 years ago, I'm fast forwarding now because I'm seeing how the portion of the city who are in public housing, I think that's probably where you get most of the people of color in particular, how they're living. I want people, if you could please show a commitment to help residents in public housing so they can live in clean, safe, sanitary conditions. They need educational programs, therapy. You wouldn't believe that people who are living with therapeutic problems, there's not even a licensed therapist around. And counseling, especially in the issues of substance use and other abusive behaviors to oneself. This is desperately needed in this population. And residents, I know this sounds like a given, but residents in public housing, and I don't like to say low-income people because they're high in many other ways other than their income. I think they're income eligible. They should be treated with respect and dignity, and maybe with the eventual goal of getting home ownership. And I do like the affirming words of atonement. And I just think if you want to see underrepresented and underserved participants on city boards and commitments, it defeats the purpose, causes more harm if their involvement and voice is silent, disregarded, and are ignored. And again, thank you guys.
Thank you, Joella. Next up is Megan Peck. Let's try again. Megan, are you there?
Yes, hello. Good evening. Good evening to our counselors and all who are here to support so eloquently the resolution for our city to begin studying the ways we can began atoning for the harms and even genocide of so many. I have to keep this short. So I would just say that as chair of Northampton's Human Rights Commission, our commissioners will be eagerly following the formation of this study commission and learning through their discussions and recommendations. Deep thanks also to the sponsors and all those who are involved in creating the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Next up is Laurel. Laurel, you are unmuted.
Okay. Hi, good to be here. So I also want to thank the people who sponsored the resolution, Gore and Perry and Elkins, and people who are giving information about atonement versus reparations. It was good, good, important feedback. And I wanted to read, it's kind of like a prayer for reparations written by this author who's a Black liturgist named Cole Arthur Riley. And she writes, God who remembers, they think we will forget, we cannot. Thank you for being a God who keeps account of every evil thing, a God who calls us towards habits of memory for both death and liberation. Forgive us for how we've discarded and diminished the evils of the past as some fractured endnote in the Book of American Glory. Help us to remember all that made us. And the beneficiaries of injustice and exclusion would look in the mirror and be unable to perceive the reflection apart from those dark histories that have placed them in front of that particular mirror in that particular neighborhood. Help us to remember those ancestors from whom this land was taken and those whose backs were broken to build up a fortune and society that would never embrace them. How long will the arms of death and injustice see themselves as heroes? It seems that whiteness alone can never be trusted to tell its own story. Have mercy and hand us the pen. And that's again Cole Arthur Riley. And I just want to reiterate, funding, you know, really putting the material behind the, you know, that it's a spiritual process, an emotional process, just integrity and doing the right thing, and that funding. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you, Laurel.
Thanks.
Next up is Amilcar Shabazz. Ask to unmute.
Thank you. I'm so heartened to see Northampton. I hope you all are moving to join the national movement for reparations of various municipalities, finding your own way to that path, but joining this movement. All this atonement talk, please, Lord have mercy. You go to the dictionary, you look up atonement, it says reparation for a wrong or injury. So you're just going circular there, talking about, oh, let's say atonement, don't say reparation. Please get a grip on it. And atonement is also too religious, a process by which a people remove obstacles to their reconciliation with God. Go to synagogue, go to church, go to mosque, go to masjid to do that, please. You know, we're talking now public policy. We're talking now about a commission that can investigate the harms and try to make recommendations of things we can do locally about it. We're talking about supporting the very national movement for a federal level true reparations. So thank you, Northampton, for coming, for joining and getting in on that. Finally, this thing of American freedmen, and I got to take a moment to address that. Yes, that occurred in some of the historical literature in the 1860s, but that is not an ethnic descriptor or a name of a lineage or a people. Okay, they never, and our ancestors never embraced that as a name or a lineage for themselves, and we need to just stop that. And first of all, it's also too gendered based. Freed men. How does that include the women? How does that include non-binary people? So let's just stop all of that and realize, yes, lineage is an issue. You should pay attention to it, but we need a national effort to give people the resources to get their genealogy done, okay? You can just go around there talking about it and say, I got lineage. How do anybody know you have lineage until the DNA and the genealogical work is done? So that's one of the first steps at the federal level of reparations. Thank you, and keep moving, Northampton. Go, Northampton.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask that if you don't have the floor, if you could turn your video off. It helps me run the meeting. So next up is Susan Taberge.
Hi there. I'll speak very briefly because I spoke at the beginning of the meeting. I just think this is really, really important work and conversation, and that clearly I think we need to have, I heard somebody reference the idea of having forums or educationals. I think it'd be really important, and I will just offer that I would certainly help with that, we need to have these conversations, and I really appreciate all the people that are here and listening and engaging. So thank you all.
Thank you, Susan. And I'm just going to mention, if you've already spoken for public comment, that was your opportunity. And so just letting you know. Next up is Andrea. If I screw up your name, I apologize. I've been doing that a lot tonight, I believe. Andrea Reber. I was giving it a shot there. Let me see if we can get you. Andrea, we're getting you unmuted. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, and you can correct.
No, that was right.
Anybody else? Let me know if I did it right or wrong.
It's right. You got it. So I believe that Northampton must make reparations because our city has prospered due to intergenerational wealth that has a deep connection to slavery. Although our own ancestors may not have been slaveholders, we white people are complicit in racism by our participation in the economic and institutional structures that continue to benefit us and to disadvantage Black people. Our foundational wealth that comes to us from prior generations is rooted in slavery. It was gained on the backs of enslaved people whose free labor drove commerce and created businesses everywhere, including Massachusetts. And it brought wealth to our ancestors, no matter where we hail from. For example, in 1978, my former husband and I bought a house on Washington Avenue for $62,000. In 2014, I sold that house for $500,000. My parents loaned us the money for the down payment on that house, and their parents did the same for them. Most Black families do not have this option. The real estate taxes that I paid to the city over the years supported infrastructure, such as education, that benefited white people far more than Black people. I quote Dr. David Ragland, founder of the Truth Telling Project. The system has taught you that your money is yours, but it's not. Don't think of reparations as charity. It's what you owe. I am in the process of paying what I owe to Black-led organizations. Passing this resolution will begin Northampton's process of doing something similar. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay, and then we have James Kite.
It's Kit as in first aid.
Welcome, James.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I want to say my name is James Kitt, and I'm part of Solidarity Community Engagement. We believe that we support this initiative for a task force for reparations in Amherst. However, we feel like it should be labeled as a bill of atonement because true reparations can only come from the federal level. We already know that HR 40 is a flawed bill meant to line organizations' pockets rather than produce an actual fulfilling and contributional plan that's going to be beneficial to Black Americans. Not all Black Americans identify or attribute to Pan-African ideologies, and we feel like it's only right that bills like these focus on American freedmen, because it's American freedmen who were it was American freedmen who were emancipated from the proclamation. And it's that group of individuals whose descendants still suffer and still the forefront of the trauma and of the colonization efforts that's been used against us that trickles down to the other Black groups that have come here willingly. And I think to actually focus away from us, to put your focus in a direction that caters to other groups, is going to leave us worse off than we are now. And we've already got reports coming out that our group is suffering to the likes of Jim Crowism. So it's very impediment we have bills like this that can not only paint the road for how the municipalities take care of all of the infrastructural damages and structuralized racism attributed to this particular group, American freedmen, but also how to push up for the federal to take a serious plan of action that can create a comprehensive reparational portfolio with individual distribution to the actual descendants of American freedmen. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Okay, and with that, that is the last person with their hand raised for public comment. I'm going to give it another second while I do my quick look at the agenda. Okay.
President, there's one more hand that I see.
Oh, okay.
Elton McCray.
It happens. Well, you know, I look at the agenda. All right. Alton. Are you there, Alton?
I am here.
Welcome.
Thank you. And I thank everyone that shared before me. This time has been truly well spent. My name is Alton McCray and I live in Northampton. I am the one of the newest members on the Human Rights Commission. And I just want to thank the counselors for the work that they put in to make this happen. And I just want to voice my support for the resolution and say that I'm looking forward to working with you all on this matter and all other matters around human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Alton. Okay. All right. Last call for public comment. All right, I'm going to look at the agenda real quick. And now I'm back. So counselors, I can see there's over 100 people on this Zoom meeting. I expect that that a majority of those folks are here for the resolution. We are going to we still have announcements to do, and then the consent agenda. And I'm going to ask the sponsors to, think amongst themselves whether they are comfortable moving up the resolution to follow the consent agenda. And so you have a little time to think about what you want to do there. And back to the agenda. And I think we are up to announcements from counselors and the mayor. And I know the mayor has a presentation as well. That is correct, right, Mayor?
I have, let's say it's called a long announcement.
Yes, okay. So let's save that for last. And let's just do our normal announcements right now. Counselors, what do you got? Counselor Perry.
All right. Sort of going with the whole theme of this resolution, I want to draw people's attention that on Sunday, February 26th, there is going to be a discussion on slavery and Christianity at the College Church. That's at Pomeroy Terrace in Northampton. It's free admission, starts at 1 o'clock. This kind of goes hand in hand of this community outreach and education. So if you guys have a chance, please go check that out. And thank you to Alton McRae for bringing that to our attention as well.
All right. Any other announcements? Well, I just have a quick one. Thank you to all of our committees. Over the last week, we've been trying, there's been some legislation that's needed to move quickly. And I just want to applaud all of the work that our committees have done, working with the mayor's office to make sure legislation can move through the pipeline and we can get stuff done quickly, particularly community resources, finances, and city services. So great work to the chairs and the committees for being flexible. Any other announcements? Okay. Hearing none, Mayor, would you like to do your long presentation here?
Sure, thank you. It's with very great gratitude that I can announce that the Northampton American Rescue Plan Act Community Recovery Grants Awards have been released today. As a reminder, we apportioned a significant 18.4% of our $21.7 million in ARPA funds from the federal government to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic to community recovery projects. This was in recognition of how hard the pandemic's been on the community, small businesses, nonprofits, arts and culture organizations, and of course the increase in needed support around housing, housing insecurity, houselessness, and food insecurity. So we engaged the community in identifying our priorities and asked the community to share with us the personal impacts that they felt in a survey back in the fall of 2021. After deciding to dedicate the $4 million to community recovery, I appointed an advisory committee composed of community experts in the priority areas that were identified in the survey. And that group was joined by 2 city councilors, Councilors Foster and Moulton. The committee, led by our grants administrator, Abby Stone, conducted 8 additional community listening sessions at locations across Northampton, Florence, and also remotely to be able to gather information, additional information on community needs and priorities. Then the committee set to work creating a process for applications as well as an evaluation and scoring rubric for their recommendations. So requests for proposals that defined eligibility were released on September 12th, and then applications were due last October 14th. The committee, as well as the council, did clearly an extraordinary job of getting the word out about the RFP. And the listening sessions and then the 3 information sessions that were held to answer questions and provide clarity on eligibility clearly got the job done, because we had 98 different projects submitted, totaling a little over $20 million in requests. So I really, really want to thank the committee, who worked extremely hard on the process to make it as accessible and equitable as possible. And I'm also very, very grateful for the hard work that I know that they did to come to their recommendations. A very special thank you to the 2 counselors. I recognize what a huge additional assignment that was, and I'm extremely grateful for your time and your thoughtfulness on this. Having done a thorough review of all applications myself, I know not only how much work it was, but also how hard it was to make choices and not to be able to fund everything. So we were focused on sort of 3 things: supporting recovery, so helping the community recover from negative physical, mental, and economic impacts of the pandemic; 2, reconnecting community. The pandemic has heightened our collective awareness of the need for safe and vibrant public spaces and events where people can connect socially and really feel like part of our community. And then 3rd,
we were focused on building resilience. So looking at projects that help the community build resilience to future variants or economic downturn by making improvements that help limit the spread of disease or expand programs that aid individuals most impacted by the pandemic, which is our most vulnerable community members. Any projects that sort of would help us weather any other sort of proverbial storms that may come our way in the future. So having spoken to the committee at length, I feel like I understand what guided their recommendations and feel that we were really aligned in our guiding principles. And the things that I heard they looked for and I know that I was looking for are things like, of course, prioritizing projects with a focus on those most impacted by the pandemic. And first and foremost, we had to determine whether these qualify for accepted uses of ARPA funds. You need to keep in mind that each of these grants creates reporting requirements for the recipient and any subrecipients, and also reporting requirements for the city to the federal government. So every use needs to be reported and approved by the Department of Treasury. So that is a lot to ask of recipients and also of us for reporting, and we need to make sure that that they would accept any of the projects that we were going to fund. We also looked at whether this benefits Northampton. Every community received ARPA funds. So it was really important that the funds were dedicated for Northampton relief and were focused in and for Northampton. So as all communities received ARPA funds, and Northampton made the decision to prioritize using $4 million for community recovery projects, they really needed those dollars really needed to stay in Northampton and for projects that had participants or and projects that had participants or reach outside the city. We really needed to be sure that only any parts of those projects that we were going to fund really needed to be directed to the Northampton components of that project. I also tried to think about if the funding request was proportional to the number of people benefiting or that would benefit from it. So either a significant portion of a specific group of impacted individuals would benefit from it, or it would benefit the broader community, and how wide and deep the impact of these funds would be. Also looked at if the benefits would last beyond the grant period. Is this sustainable, and is there a plan for after these one-time funds are expended? Do they help leverage other funds? If it was something that was sort of meant to be more ephemeral, like an event, how many people would benefit from it, and will those benefits live on in some way? I also thought about if other funding was being sought, or if the application was just completely reliant on this funding. And if there were going to be recurring costs as part of it, how will they be replaced once these ARPA funds had been expended? Was there a plan for sustainability for the project? One thing that I think was really surprising to me, and I also heard from the committee was sort of surprising to them, were how many applications asked for a large percentage of the total 4 million. So for some, they asked for a large amount. So seven applications asked for $1 million or more of the 4 million. And then if you add in $500,000, then it goes up to 12. So 12 asked for at least $500,000 to up to 1.9 million. So I definitely appreciated that some of those applications, they maybe expressed that this was kind of like a shoot the moon sort of attempt, and then had different funding levels that they said they could use. But that was, I think, really sort of challenging for some of these applications. If it felt kind of all or nothing on them. I also really appreciated how big and bold some of the projects were, but it was really critical to think about if the creation of the project would come with recurring costs for the city that we wouldn't be able to sustain. So if they include maintenance and staffing, that would be additional unbudgeted costs for the city. So if those one-time funds would create these recurring costs that we wouldn't be able to incorporate in our budget. So all of these factors were playing in our heads and were part of the discussions and the recommendations. I really pretty closely adhered to what was recommended by the committee. And again, I thank them for all of that work. I made some adjustments to be able to expand the number of grants. It was interesting at the end of the day. I know the committee worked hard on this, and then even with my adjustments, it really felt like we were able to hang these awards on that framework from the responses of the survey, the initial survey in the fall of 21, and then what we heard from folks in those listening sessions. So the priorities that were expressed feel like they were pretty proportionally funded with these grants. So out of the 98 project submissions totaling about $20 million, 61 were funded at some level, again, for that total of $4 million. And they are all now up on the city's website, on the ARPA page under the mayor's office. And some of the project crossed multiple areas. So, it sort of met many different identified needs. So it's a little bit hard to determine percentages, but roughly about 27% of the funding is going to housing or shelter services, 25 to food insecurity, 10 to small business recovery, 12 to nonprofit support of all different kinds, 10% to arts and culture, and 8% to early education and childcare. And then the last 8% to a few different categories like reconnecting community, recreation, wellness, climate resiliency. And of course, we just created the Climate Stabilization Fund with ARPA funds as well. So that is, we are trying to cover climate resiliency in multiple ways with these funds. So again, huge thanks to everyone in the committee for their work and their fidelity to the process and to really making reality from what we heard from the community and the prioritized needs for recovery. So I also want to very much thank Abby Stone in particular for her skill and her guidance and endless hours worked tirelessly on this project. And thank you very much to the City Council for supporting my interest in devoting this significant portion of our ARPA funds to the community. So thank you for supporting that. And we are excited to get these projects going and see them grow in the community. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions, councilors? Well, I just got to say, Mayor, you said it's up on the city website, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to hop off the screen and go look. But I need to be here, so I'm going to have to wait a while. But I just want to say I really appreciate what's gone into this. I think the level of creativity, of thought that went on within our community around this. I know we weren't able to fund them or all of the projects, but the novel ideas that were kicked around out there, it's actually kind of profound. And so are all of the projects, all the proposals listed somewhere? Is there going to be an event where possibly where the recipients get to highlight what their projects are? Because I think this thing is really fascinating. No other communities have really done this, where we're kind of like, we have a pocket of money, what can we do to get out of the pandemic and heal? So I know I just kind of threw a lot of stuff at you. Go ahead.
So we will have to figure out a way how to highlight some of these projects more. But right now, there's an awards chart on the site, which talks, of course, says what the project is, and then the different categories that intersect for it, and the awarded amount, and gives a brief description. So we will likely, we have to figure out how to do more communication around sort of fleshing out these projects so you really know what they are.
Cool. Councilor Perry.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the mayor's office and you, Council President Nash, and Council Vice President Foster for doing this work. I got a chance to look at some of these awards before we hopped in this meeting, and I was just blown away at just the wide diversity of projects that are happening. I'm thankful that there's a couple on there that I will be involved in, and this feels like a really great time for the city. I think everyone, I know the decisions must have been hard, trying to figure out who to give money to and who not to. But it is a testament to our city, and especially coming out of COVID and trying to move past the pandemic and being separated. I think that this is going to go a long way to just helping to reinvigorate our city. So thank you all.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who applied. It's very hard that we couldn't fund everyone, and obviously couldn't fund everyone at the full level. Again, it was $20 million and asked for 4 million. But I just really appreciate everyone who thought, as I said, big and bold and came up with ideas.
Councillor Foster.
Yeah, just to kind of jump in a bit to echo Councillor Perry's gratitude to those who applied, and Mayor to echo that. As one of the council representatives, it was a fascinating process. I read a lot of applications, and the care and dedication of the committee, both as individuals and then as a group, we spent hours really thoughtfully discussing applications. And I think one of the things that for me personally was most interesting is as a nonprofit director, I'm often on the other side of the process, and I know what it's like to have projects funded and what it's like to have them not funded. And there's usually a stock line in an announcement of thanks so much for the funding, and that we had more requests than we could possibly support. And I really got to see that up close and personal on this. And there were some really tremendous worthy projects that we were not able to support. And it wasn't for really anything about the application. It was about the priorities that the community had expressed through that survey and limited funds, and trying to do the very best that we could with that. And to the others who served on the committee, Councilor Moulton, as well as the Abby Stone and other residents who served, it was a pretty fantastic group. So thank you for assembling the Mayor, and I'm excited to see the good work that's done moving forward.
Thanks.
Okay.
So Councilor Nash, can I just say, so I see that Judith from the Literacy Project has her hand up, and that you should, I just wanted to acknowledge that, Judith, I see you and I would love to talk to you.
I'm not seeing that.
Oh, you don't?
Oh, there. Yeah, so Judith, that the time for public involvement, that portion's over for right now. The council is now doing its business, but you're welcome to contact us. We all have emails, we all have phone numbers, and we're happy to talk. So, councilors, any other thoughts? Well, thank you, Mayor. That was a lot of work, and I think we're going to keep talking about this. I think we're going to hear good stuff in the months ahead with all of this. So thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
So, councilors, I'm feeling like we might need a little break. How about a 10-minute break? We'll come back at, what's really nice is my computer has not reset to St. Louis time. It's saying 9:28, so let's come back at 9:38, and then we will start plowing through the stuff we got in front of us. And also, as I requested before, the sponsors of the resolution, if you're interested in moving that up, just let me know when you come back, and we'll get to that right after the consent agenda. Okay, see everybody at 9:38.
Hey, Laura.
Next to your what?
Laura.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that thing where I move
See,
Yes.
Jamila with the thumbs up.
Good text. Yes, we're
Oh, you know, I don't check my text during meetings.
the appropriate answer.
you know, although procedural stuff like that, it's okay, but you know, anyway. But and then and Counselor Elkins, I think we thumb up from her as well. Okay.
Yes,
So we're gonna
and
do
now
the
I can unmute.
We're going to do the consent agenda, and then we are going to move up the reparations resolution discussion. And okay, let's get to the consent agenda. Oh, that's not it. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to read through, and if there's any requests for removals, we will remove those and discuss those individually. I know that Counselor Foster has an item that she would like to have removed. Okay, we have the minutes of the January 19th, 2023 and February 2nd, 2023 city council meetings. I believe that we're going to have a removal for that. We have a order to approve the National Grid poll petition for Barrett Street. That's item 22.200. We have item 23.234, appointment to Disability Commission, positive recommendation from City Services for Amy Sugihara. And then we have item 23.235, in order to reprogram funds for energy control upgrades at the police station. We have item 23.236, appointment to elected officials compensation advisory board, city services, recommendation pending for Deb Henson. Okay, and that is it for the consent agenda. Are there any requests for removals? Where'd Counselor Foster? There you are.
I'm here with my hand up.
I know, you're like, where'd she go? I know she's here, so. Yes.
I'd like to request remove item C 23.234, the appointment to the Disability Commission of Amy Sugihara.
Okay. All right. Any other requests for removals? I don't think we need a request on it, Laura, but what was it? The second set, the February 2nd minutes are not listed here. We're just noting that they haven't been posted here, and that we expect to see those at our next meeting. So, Counselor Jarrett.
Oh, just for item E, what was the recommendation, or did we get a recommendation from City Services?
That's a great question. Counselor Foster.
Late breaking news. Yes, City Services voted for a positive recommendation at our special meeting right before this council meeting.
Great, thank you.
Hence the kudos to all of our committees for doing some timely work. Okay, so item C has been removed from the consent agenda. Could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda without item C?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Perry and seconded by Counselor Moulton. There's no discussion on the approval of the consent agenda. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge.
Where'd she go?
Yes. Okay.
There she is.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, the consent agenda has passed. We still have that item C to address. Item 22.234, appointment to Disability Commission of Amy Sugahara. Counselor Foster.
Yes, I just wanted to disclose to avoid any appearance of a conflict of interest that Amy is a regular, like weekly plus volunteer at All Out Adventures, where I'm the executive director. But that being said, there's no reason that I feel I can't vote on her appointment.
All right, thank you. And with that, I will, excuse me, entertain a motion to approve Amy.
I will make a motion to approve as the one who interviewed her.
Second.
Okay, motion. Pardon me. Motion made by Counselor Perry, seconded by Counselor Maori. Since it's from the consent agenda, is there any discussion?
Well, it's been removed, right?
It's been removed. Anyway, any further discussion on this? Hearing none. Laura, roll call.
I have my hand up, Counselor Nash.
Oh, Counselor Foster.
I know, it's hard to see. Since it's removed, ordinarily I wouldn't take the time, but since it's removed from the consent agenda, I just wanted to say how lucky is Northampton that Amy stepped up to serve on the Disability Commission. And she was one of the driving forces behind last year's No Mo May project, which was a citywide initiative. So she's pretty fantastic, and the Disability Commission will greatly benefit from her work.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call please for approving Amy to the Disability Commission.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Looks like he can't unmute.
Is it because it needs to be made a co-host? Or
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I got dropped. Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.234, appointment to Disability Commission for Amy Sugahara has been approved. All right, the consent agenda has now been addressed, and we are now going to go down to one of our last items on the agenda, which is item 23.239, resolution to create a commission to investigate racialized harms perpetrated against Black residents and workers in Northampton. This is in second reading, and it is on the floor tonight to be considered for approval. Counselors, how would you like to proceed? Counselor Elkins.
Before we get into too much discussion, I did want to just take the opportunity to point out that since the first reading, that there have been a couple of revisions. And I think that was pointed out in what was distributed, and then certainly the what's posted on the agenda, the final agenda out for public review is what's before us tonight. But I did just want to point out that the mayor pointed out in her remarks at the last meeting, at the first reading, some additional work that had not been included, by the city council, and specifically by former councilor John Thorpe, who was the council's first Black council member, to the best that our records could gather. And so we included that. And then also we added a paragraph just to inform the council the sort of path, the plan for the plan, to ensure our accountability for getting this commission up and running, and, reporting back to the council how we're going forward. So I just wanted to point that out before we get into further discussion. So.
Thank you. So, Counselor Elkins, so based on what you're saying, there's two whereases that have had some additions to them, correct?
I would say there was 2 that were reworked
Right.
and there was 1 that was added.
Okay. Can, just for the record, can we read any of the whereases that were reworked or are added? Could you read those into the record?
Sure, that's fine with me. I do it.
I'm
Is that
asking
okay
that
with the
because-
co-sponsors that I read that, or do you?
Yeah, or the co-sponsors as well. I'm just asking that because that the version that I'm seeing linked here doesn't highlight the particular changes. And I think that for the, you know, I can sense and see the improvements, but I think reading the complete clause into, you know, the paragraph in will help address that.
Sure, I'm happy to read that. Hang on just a second, let me pull it up so I can.
There's actually 3 of them. You could each take a shot.
I'm happy to do that, although I might be able to get through them most quickly. I'm not sure. I guess okay. I'm just going to the link that's on there, right? That's so everything is the same, notwithstanding there might have been a few commas moved and things like that. But going to page I didn't number the page. We didn't number the pages. The second to last page. The revised paragraphs. Whereas in 2020, the Northampton City Council passed R20-107, a resolution in support of and committing to actions at the federal, state, and local level to combat the public health crisis of systemic racism. And no, that's not the right one. That's not the corrected version. Hang on just a second. Ah, here it is. Okay, sorry. Whereas in 2020, and just to clarify, if anybody looking at the agenda, there is in there what was read at the first reading, which is the
first draft.
Yeah, and then the although they might be labeled wrong, but I am reading into, hang on just a second. I'm really sorry, y'all. They're both linked here, what was at the first reading and the second. So I just want to make sure I'm being very clear about it. Hang on.
The updated version has post first reading as a postscript.
Post first reading. Okay, I saw the first reading and thought that that's what that means. Okay, got it. Okay, yes. So if you're looking at the agenda, it's the one that is entitled resolution to create a commission to study racialized harm post first reading. Okay.
Got it.
All right. And so the amended paragraphs say that whereas in 2020, the Northampton City Council passed R20-107, a resolution in support of and committing to action at the federal, state, and local level to combat the public health crisis of systemic racism, acknowledging the council's, quote, obligation to advance racial equity by undoing the inequities found in the law and to proactively pass ordinances and make budget decisions that address inequity, end quote. And the city charter mandated 2020 special committee for review of ordinances chaired by Councilors John T. Thorpe, Northampton's, there's a typo, Northampton's first Black city councilor, accepted this resolution as, quote, the guiding principle of its focus, end quote, in its work, leading it to focus particularly on issues of zoning, rental housing, parking, nuisance laws, and land ownership. I would read, and we have links to the to R20-107 in the footnotes, noting that it was sponsored by Councilors Gina Louise Shara, William Dwight, and John T. Thorpe. and then the link to the ordinance review committee site. And then the next paragraph, whereas in 2022, the Northampton City Council recognizing that, quote, that many residents of Northampton experience structural barriers to participation in civic life, such as lack of financial resources, adequate transportation, adequate technology and internet, and lack of child care, end quote, formed the select committee to study barriers to city service. And that is also linked in the footnotes. Skipping to the last page, and we added a be it further resolved that the mayor and sponsoring councilors shall present to the full council no later than March 30th, 2023, a plan specifying the charge and composition of the commission, as well as an approximate timeline for its work. And that is the bulk of the things. I will say, if the council allows us, I in reading that aloud, I found 2 typos that I would correct for the final record in the record books.
And there, you're saying Scrivener errors such as apostrophe rather than a comma?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Well, thank you for reading into the record the more significant changes that are, I think it's important for counselors to know. Counselor Maori, I saw your hand.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and there's an H in Mayor Chiara's name that should be taken out. Just another Scrivener's error.
we will fix
Yes,
that.
I'm sure
Is
you
there
will.
is there any issue, Council President, or with fixing that kind of Scrivener's error for the final?
Well, I think if we see them right now, Laura can get them into her notes. But also if it's something very minor before we go and have it submitted, for as a public document, that sometimes, the Scriveners like that can be addressed, right, Laura?
Okay, perfect.
That's correct. I made a note of them.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we now have we've read into the record the changes and how would counselors like to proceed? We can discuss it a bit. We could even entertain a motion and then continue discussing it. It's the council's pleasure as to what you want to do. Counselor Foster.
Whether or not it comes before or after a motion, I would love to hear from the co-sponsors. There was a lot of public comment about the resolution tonight, and if you have any thoughts you want us to know as we consider to kind of kick off a discussion, I would find that really meaningful.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Perry.
Sure, I'll kick off this whole shindig. First, I guess I want to thank everyone for their comments, all the questions. I will say that I've been overwhelmed by the response from the community, my fellow counselors, from the mayor's office and the mayor. This has been a rare opportunity. It is rare to have a chance to make some meaningful change in the place you live, and as a transplant to this area, I relish this. The first thing I do want to say after hearing some comments is that, there's a lot of talk about reparations, and that is an issue. I want to note that there is only one mention of reparations in this entire piece, and that comes in the preamble as a quote before the resolution. We really looked at this as a multi-tiered approach. We wanted to be very careful. There is a national conversation about reparations, and we wanted to make sure that we focused this resolution on our community, on Northampton. Not only just looking at the history of Northampton and the harms, but also looking at the history of progressive activism that Northampton has had. We live in a very special area, and I think that hopefully shines through this document we were presenting. this is an issue that there's no simple solution for. But this is a great first step. And so I'm looking forward to seeing, if this passes, what a commission will find. I have some ideas personally of what I would like to see come, but I don't want to put the cart before the horse. But I just want to just make it clear that this really is a resolution to start a commission to look at some of the harms and then look at ways in which we can fund initiatives, ways that we can also look at ways to build our community, because at its heart, this is a community-based resolution. As a Black resident here in Northampton, one of the things that I'll say is that I have over the years been kind of disheartened by the lack of a Black community. I've been lucky enough through my other endeavors to try and build community through entertainment and arts and whatnot. And I think that this feels like good work. This feels like a good step towards that. I will pass it on to my other counselors, but there you go.
Counselor Gore. Counselor Gore, before you speak, Counselor Foster, do you sense that somebody's kind of trying to do a little Zoom bombing in our meeting here, or?
I'm watching it.
Okay, thank you. All right, excellent. What a team. Counselor Gore, you have the floor, and we're trying to make sure you're not interrupted.
Okay. So I agree with Councilor Perry. And I think, like I probably said before, we need to use this as an opportunity to further our city's actions to address the harms of racism. And I think it starts at the local level. And, HR 40 came about, like, I don't know, in 1989. So that was a while ago at the federal level. And I think, it's important that we address these issues at the local level. And I think this resolution is a good start.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Elkins.
I just want to add to this that I also have been overwhelmed by the response and everything that we've heard. I feel like the public comments that we've heard on this have been some of the most thoughtful and informed and nuanced comment from a lot of different perspectives. And I really appreciated that. When I came onto this and joined this effort, it came from the perspective of understanding that the issue of studying racialized harm and also the issue of reparations as it's being discussed at all levels is a very complicated one. And it really it does resonate with me what some of what I heard is from some of the folks tonight, of a real understanding that it is an issue that reparations is a historical issue. It's an issue at a federal level, and that it's meaningful to talk about the distinctions between that and between what we can do as a local community and at the municipal level. I will say that we worked really hard in this resolution to think about, in particular, this body, not just the city, but this body's role in racialized harm and the history of that. And then also to think, yes, about the city, but also where, we fit in the jigsaw, puzzle of where we stand as a community and where we stand as, within the country. So I think it's really important, to both recognize and understand the broader dialogue that's happening around these issues at the national level and outside of the city, and also recognize, a call in this city to have 85% of the commission be of descendants of enslaved people directly. I literally do not think that we could achieve that. I could be wrong, and I'm willing to, accept that that's a blindness on my part. But it is, in fact, and as I said in the first meeting, the fact of the matter is that we are a city without diversity, and we are a city where communities that were the descendants of enslaved people, and where folks were in other places migrating north from the south, could have come here but did not. And that, I feel like, is a big part of what we have to reckon with. And how we have to, we have to be real about that and approach that in terms of who we are as a city, and how we look at it. So it's not just a matter, we don't atone for anything by just designating a fund with nobody to give it to, because we haven't identified who that community is, and who there is to benefit from it. We have to do the work. We have to do the work to understand our history. We have to do the work just to identify like what we can do going forward. And to be quite honest, we may get to the end of this and say we cannot undo our history, but we can acknowledge it, and commit to do better going forward. But I think that's important too. We heard a lot of words about atonement and the effort that we need to engage in, and that is an important part of the work. And also, how can we look and be different? What can we do going forward? So I have been honored to be a part of this, and I've been very grateful. I do also want to say, of the comments that we heard, I've been especially gratified to hear and understand from the residents, the people who live here, talking about their experiences living here in the city, and the role that they see that this commission plays. So I want to thank the mayor for welcoming this, and us newbie counselors who didn't quite, I think, realize, what a different kind of beast this was, when we proposed it and brought it forward, and meeting it with open arms, and committing to it along with us, and kind of holding our hands and jumping into the deep end. So I feel like I've said too much, but I just want to say again, I'm incredibly grateful to be here, and I think this is one of the reasons why it's a tremendous monumental council meeting for this city tonight. So.
Councillor Maori.
Yes, indeed, it is. And so we talked a bit at last meeting, so I don't want to repeat that. But just to remind everyone out there, this is, as that people have said, this is an act of collective liberation, and it benefits all of us. And I just wanted to address something. We've been getting a lot of emails, and very thoughtful emails on the subject. And I appreciate the sentiment. I've been hearing about wanting to address the systemic harm done to other communities. Totally valid. And as Dan Kennedy had pointed out, we can use this process as a model to then go ahead and look at those and give them their due diligence. But I think, so I think part of moving on and making repair is kind of an unblinking accountability. And so for that, I think we have to be careful not to kind of be too broad or kind of dilute one process. I think we really need to keep it very specific to the harms done to the Black community, and very specific about what those harms were and are, and kind of give them a kind of complete and undivided attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Labarge.
Thank you. First of all, I want to state the commendable research and work of the Northampton Representation Committee and Councillor Gore, Councillor Perry, and Councillor Malkins. And I also want to thank the creation of going in the right step and creating a more just and equitable Northampton. That is valuable here. Very, very valuable. Yes, we have heard many, many people speaking tonight. And I want to thank Councillor Elkins for explaining about the difference between 50% and the 80% we heard tonight. And I had a little concerns about the young lady that was speaking about the reparation in general and being sued. But I want to thank you, Councillor Elkins, for going through, and also Councillor Gore and Councillor Perry, of adding on more language on this, which I think is great. And thank you all for all your hard work, and the mayor also.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Foster.
I just wanted to reiterate the support I expressed during our last meeting to Councilors Elkins, Gore, and Perry. Thank you for bringing this forward and for your work with the Northampton Reparations Committee. It's, I think, as we heard during public comment, this is an incredibly important conversation that our community needs to be having. And there's going to be a lot of different desires for a path forward. And for you co-sponsors and Northampton Reparations Committee, I appreciate your leadership and want to follow your leadership and support your efforts and your work. And that this effort and the committee that's put together between you co-sponsors and the mayor will be representative of Northampton and be Northampton residents working to dig into these issues. And if changes need to be made to language, or if changes need to be made to how something is expressed, that's the work of this committee to do. And I look forward to that happening. And again, just my gratitude to you for bringing this forward.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, I'll second what Councillor Foster just said, that I really am interested in looking at what the commission will come up with, and I think there will be a time in there to really come up with what language is most appropriate. So yeah, we'll just second my support from last week as well. Thank you.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes, thank you. I will say as well that I appreciate the work that has gone into, that has led up to this, and the leadership of the three counselors who sponsored this, Councilors Gore, Perry, and Elkins. And I think that the power of this was demonstrated tonight. We heard an hour of people, close to 30 people speaking very thoughtfully, and that conversation, that's the kind of conversation that will continue in the community. And it's important that that all of us who will be involved in that conversation go into it with an open mind, open hearts, and be willing to listen to a lot of different voices. And I think that will happen. And as Councillor Perry said, this is a rare opportunity. And I'm very, very happy to be part of a council that will vote to go forward with this tonight. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to add anything? Making sure I got everybody. It does seem like we have a little bit of Zoom bombing going on, and just yeah, there you go. And that it's a little bit distracting, especially during this really important conversation. But I just want to acknowledge it's going on in the room in our virtual space here. And it doesn't, let's not let it detract from the work we're doing here. So I'm waiting till last. Is there anybody else who wants to talk? Okay, maybe everybody already talked. Yeah, because I went first last time. I was out of line. I went in front of the sponsors. I was so enthused. So I was like, this week I'm waiting. I really appreciated the range of thought that went into the public comment tonight, because one of the things is I knew as we started to get into this that it's going to be a difficult conversation. It's not easy. It's going to be uncomfortable. There's what we're talking about kind of like, so it kind of moves around like mercury on a table, it's like, where's it going? And you know what? That's okay. It's okay. And that the things that people were mentioning about, the word atonement, I was kind of like, I like that way, all right. But you know what? These are things that'll get figured out as the commission moves forward. I would figure that would be in its charge. And also to make sure, that whatever they're recommending, has the stamp of approval from Solicitor Seawald, that we're not going to get sued, that, we have the means to figure this stuff out. But I think that the most important thing is to, is for us to begin the discussion. It started happening here, and it's constructive, and it's a little bit messy, but it's vital and it's needed. And I just want to say this is great. It's not going to be perfect, but I really appreciate the three sponsors for bringing this forward, and we'll keep pushing the envelope on this, and that's what we do. And also I want to say that by and large, I found all of the comment respectful. There's been pushback, there's been concern, but you know what? This is we're talking about America's original sin, and we got to figure it out. It's not great, but the goal is for us to figure out a way to atone for things and move forward. So I'll absolutely be supporting this. And I think at this point I would entertain a motion for approving this resolution. And maybe one of the folks who isn't sponsoring it.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councillor Foster and seconded by Councillor Jarrett. Did I get that right? I think I did. Okay, any other discussion? Councillor Foster.
Sorry, actually just a very process-oriented question, which I'm always interested in. I know that the update, and thank you for that. So by March 30th, you'll come back to council with a description of what that commission will look like. And just for process, I'm assuming that's not a vote. That's just like an information sharing that you'll do just so that we know how it's moving forward. Am I correct? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. We modeled it on the police review commission, which I think was, and we weren't here for that. So or at least for the sort of the procedural passage of it, I should say. So no, we put it this way to say we'll show you our work in part so we can get on with it is the big piece of that.
Great. Yeah, I wasn't requesting a vote. I just wanted to make sure I understood. But no, I on with it. Thank you.
Councillor Jarrett, you had your hand up.
Oh yeah, so when we did with the Policing Review Commission, we did pass a resolution in support. But I feel like what we're doing now is a resolution in support. It wasn't it wasn't a resolution to create a select committee, which is a specific type of resolution, but that's not what we're doing here. We're creating a joint commission. So it seems like this is enough, in my opinion.
Great.
Okay. Hearing any more discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call to approve this resolution.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.239, resolution to create a commission to investigate racialized harms perpetrated against Black residents and workers in Northampton. That has been approved in second reading. We will now go back up the agenda here. Appointment, consent agenda. As everybody knows, I usually have two computers and I'm trying to do everything on one. So, all right, we are up to financial orders. We have item 23.249 in order to appropriate $30,000 in free cash for City Hall campus space study. And I believe, here, I'll just read the first whereas. Whereas the city of Northampton owns a cluster of buildings in downtown Northampton, functionally known as City Hall campus, that includes City Hall and the Puchalski Municipal Building and Memorial Hall. These buildings house multiple city and Northampton public school departments that provide services to city residents as well as public meeting spaces for the city council and city boards and committees. And from there, I'm going to let the mayor explain things.
Sure. So yes, we have a City Hall campus, as you know, and to kind of go through a few of the more of the other whereases, there are more than 100 municipal and school employees who work in these buildings. These buildings need some significant repairs and maintenance to them. And of course, our priority is to do that work with an eye towards decarbonizing them as much as possible. And another thing that we really need to look at is assessing our space and our usage of space. As you all very well know, we have expanded the health department into Health and Human Services. The Division of Community Care is bringing on a bunch of folks in the near future. And hopefully tonight we will be creating the Climate Action and Project Administration Department. So these new departments, or the reconfiguring of departments, is putting pressure on our existing spaces. We also have a lot of storage needs, I have been discovering. The Department of Health and Human Services has all sorts of different, they have documents, and they have lots of PPE stockpiles that they use. I think we've tried to really learn lessons from the pandemic, and I've been trying very hard to keep on hand PPE that would be needed if suddenly we needed it again. And we cycle through that and make sure that it's it's not expired, and make donations to places that need it to make sure that everyone has what they need. We have lots of elections equipment. Those are, a lot of big items. We have things that documents that legally have to be kept on the campus. So we have all of these different things competing for space. And so what we would like to do is have an external independent evaluation to look at all of the buildings, look at what needs to be done in terms of maximizing the space and making sure that things are stored in the way that they need to be stored legally, and figure out how we can bring these new departments into the campus to be able to have us all work together. So This is kind of a long overdue study, I think, that needs to be done. I've been told that conversations about doing something like this have happened for years. But I think with some of these key changes that we're doing, now is the time to study this and figure out how to better and more efficiently use our space.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions, councilors? Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. The mayor is absolutely correct when she's saying that this has been going on for many years. It certainly has. I've been around going on 22 years, and that's all I have heard as a city councilor is right in the city clerk's office of their storage problems. Many departments, which the mayor has spoken about, is absolutely correct. And it's time. It's time. We have a mayor now who's expanding. We've got another new director coming in and so forth, another organization. It's time, a definite time. I have a solution, Mayor. I mean, our city council meetings. Okay. And it's like, here we have JFK, and they have a beautiful room there where they have their school committee meetings. And the parking is excellent there. Also, for everybody to come in and be able to park without a problem. And there is a problem. And you've heard this before. I've heard it even before you became a counselor, of people coming down to Northampton, not finding parking. And it's late at night for some of the people there, but you're definitely correct. We definitely need to get a consultant here and make some changes. And I thank you for that, Mayor, because it's time. It's been many years I've been hearing this, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge.
Councilor Elkins.
With the caveat that I hope that this consultant does at least once ask if this particular thing brings us joy, whatever is in the storage, sparks joy. With that said, I would move to move this to the consent agenda. It seems like such a well-established need, longstanding need, that I would move it. I would move it to the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Elkins, seconded by Councilor Labarge to move this item to the consent agenda. It will appear on the consent agenda at our next meeting. Any other discussion? Well, I actually have a thought, Mayor, that that earlier today I had a discussion with Chief of Staff Wolf, and that yeah, I think this assessment is long overdue, and that I'm also interested in that, you know, whatever assessment as it's happening also considers, you know, the functionality of, you know, the public access into the building, what departments should best be where, and also with an eye towards folks with disabilities, that that, you know, where are those services where people need to, you know, have access to get to, you know, whether it's paying a parking ticket or something like that. So anyway, I know that those things will be on your mind, but just wanted to say that aloud.
Thank you, Council President.
All right, any other? Okay, Laura, roll call to place this item on the consent agenda at our next meeting.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, so item 23.249, in order to appropriate $30,000 in free cash for the City Hall campus study space has been sent to the consent agenda for our next meeting. Next up, 23.250, in order to appropriate $30,000 in free cash for recreational field usage and responsibility study. And Mayor, would you like me to read? I defer to you. If you would like me to read into the record the financial order here, I'm fine doing that.
So I have to say that I appreciate the sort of efficiency of the council, and as someone who is council president at 2 a.m. often was speed reading documents into the record. I don't miss that. But I will say that we do spend a good amount of time crafting these to have really important information in them for the public and for the council. So I'm torn because I do think that we really learn about what these orders are when we read them.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to read this one.
Okay.
And I appreciate the reason so in your description of the previous item, you were basically looking at the order, and had I read it, it would have saved you in a little work there. So I'm going to do that here, and because I don't want to get so overly efficient that we lose the vital information that your office pulls together. So, okay, here we go. 23.250, in order to appropriate $30,000 in free cash for recreational field usage and responsibility study. Whereas the Northampton Parks and Recreation Department works to promote the well-being of the individual and the community by providing a wide range of high quality and affordable activities to meet the leisure needs of our residents and visitors, the city of Northampton, and whereas the Northampton Public Schools athletic program provides a competitive arena where student athletes can display their talents, enhance their physical wellness and skills, and gain greater technical and tactical understanding of and appreciation for their chosen sport. And whereas the City Council of Northampton has 245 plus acres of land designated for recreational use for Northampton Public Schools, Northampton residents, and visitors of Northampton. Approved uses include sporting events sponsored by Northampton Public Schools and private leagues for both adults and children. Casual recreational uses such as hiking, walking dogs on leash, enjoyment of playground structures, etc. And whereas recreational fields in the city of Northampton are managed by 3 separate departments: the Parks and Recreation Department, which works to program most public fields, the Department of Public Works and Works Division of Forestry, Parks and Cemeteries, which is responsible for the maintenance and preparation of many recreation areas, and the Central Services Department, which is responsible for the maintenance and preparation of all fields controlled by Northampton Public Schools and Smith Vocational Agricultural High School. These entities work in close cooperation to ensure quality resources for all sporting and recreational activities in Northampton. And whereas in order to maximize the efficiency of service delivery at Northampton Public Recreation Resources, did I say that right? And to minimize the duplication of staff effort across city departments and minimize the cost of maintenance, materials, equipment, and other operational costs across all resources, a comprehensive independent study for the interplay of city policy and practices is needed to fully understand complex interactions of so many city departments and identify areas where services can be improved and cost savings can be employed. Now, therefore, it be ordered that the sum of $30,000 be appropriated from the FY 2023 General Fund Undesignated Fund Balance free cash to complete a study of recreational field usage and responsibilities. And next time the MMA orders has a speed reading class, I'm going to be taking it. So I can be good as the former council president. Mayor.
Thank you.
I've read-
Thank
there
you.
you go.
So we have a lot of this land, and this is not going to be a surprise to any counselor because we have all fielded, not intended, but now I guess intended since I've remarked on it, calls and emails about maintenance of different areas, right? And so this is another one of these very kind of long overdue studies. There's lots of different jurisdiction, and who handles what is kind of muddy. And this is another one of these things that I'm told has been decades and decades of not really being able to kind of get a handle on and maybe detangle and figure out the most efficient way to handle all of this recreation area that we have. So, we know that there are needs and wants for the upkeep of these areas, and we want to figure out really the best way that we can go forward and not duplicate effort and make sure that no toes are being stepped on, and just kind of get this done for the people and the students. So I'm definitely looking forward to having an outside look at this to help us figure out how to best deliver these services for the city. One other thing I'll also add is that with the new pesticide-free management of some of these fields, so they're just handled in different ways, and there's a lot of extra care that is needed and cost involved. And so that's part of this equation, is figuring out how to best manage those pesticide, our dedication to being pesticide free in these fields.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes, as a counselor, I've heard calls on maintenance myself for quite a while. And also I do have a couple of private leagues that do use the fields, and they love the fields. And sometimes they'll call and complain about, certain issues. And I have to say the director of the recreation department has been excellent with their concerns and so forth. I have to agree.
Oh, Councilor Labarge, you got muted somehow.
I don't know how that happened. But anyways, I feel the $30,000 is for a good cause. And I think that we should look at this very, very carefully on how we're going to save money and the departments that are involved of doing all this. You got Smith Voc, you've got the schools, cemeteries, the fields. There's a lot here. And I think what the mayor is asking for is $30,000. And we need to go ahead and look at that and support that because it's in dire need.
Thank you, Councilor. And all of these different divisions and departments do a great job, and I just want to help them, really kind of figure out how we can have clear lines with who handles what and make sure that we just deliver the best recreational areas that we can to everybody.
Councillor Moulton.
Yeah, I think it's a great time to spend this money because it's gonna produce savings in the future, and I hope that it will not only look at how to make sure we're not duplicating efforts, and we'll make sure that we're using the most efficient and effective way of maintaining all this recreation areas but I think it will also produce some ideas about making sure that we're using the fields and other recreation areas to their maximum potential, so that we're really serving the residents as best as we can through this extensive lands that we have to meet the desires for very varied recreation.
Thank you.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move this $30,000 to the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Moulton to place this item on the consent agenda at our next meeting. Any other discussion? Mayor, I have a quick question. So I want to voice my support for this. It actually I became aware of this a few weeks ago as Ronnie Gold, Ward 3 resident. You know, he's been pushing for a project out at JFK. And what this actually came up, it's like, hold it, the property next to JFK is actually not school property, but it's actually rec department property. And that, you know, therefore figuring this jigsaw puzzle out it will help with ideas like what Ronnie is proposing to actually have things clarified. So yeah, I think this is great. So
thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Okay. Item 23.250, in order to appropriate $30,000 in free cash for recreational field usage and responsibility study, has been placed on the consent agenda at our next meeting. Next up is financial orders. Item 23.241, in order to approve a certified project in TIF for property within the Con Street Economic Opportunity Area. This item has been removed at the request of the applicant. And I'll just read the important paragraph here from the mayor. I spoke with Mansour Galibaf today, and he has asked for item 23.241 in order to approve a certified project in TIF to be withdrawn. I appreciate the Finance Committee's willingness to meet with community resources to discuss it. So this was withdrawn last week, just prior to the joint meeting of Finance and Community Resources. And that was another example of council doing good work to make sure things move forward quickly. Just want to acknowledge it. It didn't happen, but it was good work, guys. So we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is, now we're into orders. 23.237, an order revoking acceptance of Chapter 31 relative to civil service positions in the DPW and Central Services Department. This is in second reading, and this is lifting, you know, this has been negotiated with the unions who are with the DPW, and to lift this requirement because it actually gets in the way of hiring people. Mayor, did I describe that correctly?
DPW and Central Services, but yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay. And any discussion on this item? Councilor Jarrett.
I wonder if, I don't have discussion, but if people are amenable, I would move this one and the following as a group, since they're very related.
I'd second that.
So that's, yeah, move 23.237 and 23.238 for approval as a group.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor by Counselor Jarrett and seconded by Counselor Labarge. Here, let me read that second order, which is 23.238. Does it say the same thing? Oh, no, don't do that. Where'd you go? Actually, in order for special legislation relative to civil service positions in the DPW and Central Services Department. Yeah, so they have pretty much the same title. And they're doing much the same thing. Any discussion on moving these, approving these as a group? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes. Okay. So items 23.237 and 23.238, both dealing with civil service requirements for DPW and central services have been approved. Next up, 23.240, an administrative order to amend the City of Northampton Administrative Code. This was introduced at our last meeting. We had a presentation and a public hearing on this earlier today, and it's now up for approval. And I don't think we need to read this one.
No.
The mayor actually read it all last time around. So, counselors, what do you want to do?
Move approval?
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Foster, seconded by Counselor Jarrett to approve this item. Discussion. Counselor Moulton.
Yes, I've voiced my enthusiastic support for this 2 weeks ago, and I am even more enthusiastic about it tonight. I do want to ask the mayor, we heard a lot during public comment. We've heard you talk about the broad nature of this new department, and I think that a critical decision will be made in hiring a director who will be asked to do a lot of things, and collaboration, communication are among them. So I'm wondering if you have, if you've got a template that you've looked at, perhaps other communities that have a similar position in crafting a job description.
So thanks for that question, Councilor. This is actually one of the things that the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition really helped us with and did a lot of deep research on. So they brought to us lots of different descriptions or different positions, not just in the Commonwealth, but around the country, and have helped us sort of figure out how to craft the job description based on, what other communities have done, but also, sort of our aspirations for it as well. So I'm really, really grateful for them for all of that research that they did. And they had conversations with folks, I think earlier tonight it was referenced the roundtable. I think Councilor Maori, you were talking about it, where they brought people with sort of similar positions and talked to them about their jobs. So they really have helped do a ton of research on this, and I'm really, really grateful.
Great to hear. Thank you.
Counselor Maori.
Yeah, I was just, when Councilor Elkins brought up NESC, I was just thinking how I hope this new director will be a frequent either visitor or participant in the Northampton Energy and Sustainability Commission. So I hope that they
Absolutely.
will attend our meetings. Good. Excellent. We
Yes.
have a really great, excellent group of resident experts and counselors and department heads, and I'm sure they'll be curious to, meet the, director and also work with them when appropriate.
Definitely, thank you. So Chris Mason sat on it, and so I assume we will keep that position in there as well. But I also want to look at adding the director of CAPA to NESC also.
Councilor Gore.
I just want to commend the Climate Emergency Coalition and the mayor for this position about it. I think it's going to be a great addition, a great department to have in our city, and I can't wait to see how it turns out.
Thanks, Councilor.
Well, I would like to add, Mayor, that I'm looking at over the last year. So there was a reorganization into Health and Human Services. Great idea, bringing services together, making things more efficient. This is another example of that occurring, that we have new goals, and you're bringing together resources from different departments that, so that we're working on our climate action goals. Again, forward thinking, and the two previous financial orders that had to do with coming up with plans on how we can be more effective and efficient. I just really appreciate all of this, the thought that's going into this, and this is part of the work that you're doing in the mayor's office, and I really appreciate it. That City Hall's not just sitting still, and we have our services, and that's the way we're going to just keep doing them. No, we're refining things, we're getting better, and that takes work. And thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Council President. Well, as I always say, I have the most remarkable team, and I also have the most remarkable and sorry, I'm tired. I'm trying to think of the right adjective for you all. I have remarkable partners in all of you, and your willingness to also push the envelope with me. So I greatly, greatly appreciate the partnership that I have with the council that allows us to kind of move us forward in sort of these big, exciting ways. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, I'll just add that this seems, this department will just be able to provide so much help to all the other departments. I think about those forms that are in the capital improvement plan that every department for every project is supposed to fill out. How will this affect climate in various ways, and how that's hard. And this department's going to really help that and help them think through every decision. So that's, I think, going to really be important. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor, for saying that. Yes, we're asking departments to stretch in many new ways, and so it's only fair and right to give them some really good, solid help with that.
Okay, Councilor Perry, then Councilor Elkins.
I think it's Councilor Elkins first.
Okay, that's fine. Councilor Elkins.
I won't gush more. I won't repeat anything I said before, but I did one thing I did want to mention, which Councilor Jarrett sort of touched on. I've spent 2 years now on the Capital Improvement Project Advisory Committee, and one thing that I was really struck by, and Councilor Jarrett, thank you for mentioning sort of the effort. A lot's reflected in just asking the department heads to think about it. But one thing in my involvement with that committee that I was really struck by was how hard that was and how difficult it is to really, just shoot through every department, every decision, this effort and this priority. And I wanted to kind of give a shout out to my former colleague on the planning board, Melissa Fowler, who was also on that committee this year. It was her first year on that. And I find it interesting, and I would note that she comes from I think a construction background and a project management background, and she immediately started talking about what you need is comprehensive project management. You need to be thinking about these things comprehensively. And so sort of circling back to all the work that went into imagining this role and this job description and how it plays out, it makes such imminent sense to think about it globally and to think about it comprehensively. So I wanted to commend the thought and just the imminent good sense of it again. So I could go on and on. I won't, but I'm really excited about this. So
Thank you. Me too.
Thank you, Counselor Perry.
All right, I'm gonna hop into this love fest and just say that, I've heard other people talk about this, and we've talked about this in council, that there is no climate justice without social justice. And here we are in this one meeting, being able to address these things, but also, looking at the ARPA funding and seeing how forward thinking you have been, Mayor, in the mayor's office. And it just really feels good to see that there's an active thought about how the city looks like in the future and how we can continue. So thank you. I just want to, everything else has been said before, but this is a really special moment to be able to combine all these things. So good job.
Thank you, Counselor. I really appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
More gushing. Go ahead.
I just have one more thing that I want to point out. I noticed that here with us tonight, in her role as a liaison to the Northampton Youth Council, is Maisie Tuck. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge our young people and our young leaders, and that they, in big and small ways, have played a role as advocates and as our sort of moral compass going forward. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we have somebody here with us. I know our kids are watching, and that's another reason to be really proud of this moment. So, and now I'll really stop, I promise.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay, so Laura, we have a motion, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, so this is to approve the new department. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins.
Super duper yes.
Counselor Foster.
Oh, yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge. Counselor
Yes,
Labarge.
yes, yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
And Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay. A 23.242, in order for special, no, where did I go? 23.240, an administrative order to amend the City of Northampton Administrative Code has been approved. Okay. I'm going to look at counselors here. How's everybody doing? Keep going. Okay. Next up, item 23.242, an order for special legislation relative to requesting 7 licenses for the sale of alcoholic beverages to be drunk on the premises. This was referred to Community Resources. on 2/2. It received a positive recommendation last week on 2/8, and it is here tonight. And I think everybody understands what's being, we're requesting that the legislature allow us to have 7 additional full liquor licenses, which will be provisional in the sense that once somebody is done using it, comes back to the city to be approved for somebody else to use. And that, so let me find my back to Zoom here. So that is up for discussion. Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to start things off. So since last week's community resources meeting, and thanks to everyone who spoke and presented at that meeting, I've read research, including the report that Commissioner O'Leary shared, which is the Alcohol, Health and Safety in Massachusetts, and it's from the Boston University School of Public Health. So I shared that with all of you. And out of this, I just have some concerns I wanted to share related to this order. So what I gleaned from that report was a few facts. So Massachusetts has more licenses per capita than many other states, and more harms from alcohol as well. That the costs, both directly to the governments here in the state and indirectly to the wider society, are much higher than the taxes that come in. So more alcohol sales equals a net loss to the government and to society as a whole. And then the more available alcohol is, the more people will drink, and the more problems there are connected to their drinking. And limiting the number of retail licenses is one element of a public health strategy to reduce harms. So with these conclusions, I am having a hard time feeling good about supporting this. I certainly understand the direct economic benefits, more restaurants and the economic situation many restaurants and prospective restaurants find themselves in. But it seems like what we will gain will be at the expense of health and wider societal costs. So I'd just love to have a discussion about that and hear what other councilors think. Well, thanks.
Can I just make a quick sort of
Go ahead.
clarification? Or so Councilor Jarrett, so Massachusetts is one of 16 states that uses per capita formulas to cap the number of licenses, either in municipalities or countywide. So are you talking about that sort of smaller pool of 16 states, or are you talking about all of the states, like all the other states that don't cap it at all? And then also, while you're thinking about that, I just want to clarify, when you're talking about tax revenue, you're talking about state excise tax. So we're not talking about like local revenue that we get here. You're talking about state excise tax.
Right. The taxes that the alcohol excise taxes, which are on the order of pennies per drink.
Right. So that's state tax. So we're not talking about like meals tax or any of the other sort of local benefits that we get from having a vibrant restaurant community.
Right. And I would be interested to know how much that might add to a particular drink. But in terms of the costs, the costs in this report that Commissioner O'Leary shared, this was from 2010. It talks about that $1.93 per drink are alcohol problems that cost the state society as a whole in the state, and 77 cents which are paid directly by governments, meaning state or local governments. So that differential is certainly concerning, because it's showing that the folks who are choosing to use alcohol, which is not, there's a 50%, I think, of folks used alcohol in the last 30 days in this report, are costing us as a society more than they are contributing through the taxes.
Okay, and also that's again, that's a statewide report. It's not specific to Northampton. And so one of the key differences that Commissioner O'Leary made was about the difference between on-premise and off-premise sales. And I'm not sure that what you're talking about there sort of separates those two out.
Let me try to find more that's in the report regarding that. I know that licenses for both on and off premises, that the density do correlate, although it's more, there's more correlation with harms with package stores.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Maori. Hold it, but Councilor Jarrett and Mayor, you had a back and forth going. Are you taking a little break there? And
Sounds like Councilor Jarrett was
Councilor
gonna look
Maori.
Yeah, I wanted to look a little bit more at the report.
Okay, I didn't want to make. I wanted to make sure I wasn't cutting you off.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilor Maori.
I appreciate Councilor Jarrett bringing up something we probably need to be more. Yeah, can you not hear me? Oh,
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit.
Can you not hear me? Okay,
That's
how
better.
about now with like, okay, great.
Yeah.
Yes, I was just saying that I appreciate Councilor Jarrett bringing up, the public health angle, and I think we probably need to do that more consciously at lots of junctures. And I guess the way I'm thinking about this specific proposal is that, it is very small in scope, and that some of the licenses are going to existing, businesses that are actually already serving alcohol, and it's expanding the type of alcohol. That's not true for all of them, but I guess, while I have concerns in general about our societal, dependence on substances, but I just think for the scope of this, the cost benefit on this micro level, I'm willing to support this proposal. But I do hear you, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
Councilor Foster.
Yeah, my thoughts are more along the lines of Councilor Mary's as well. Councilor Jarrett, I appreciated you sharing that report, and I appreciated hearing Commissioner O'Leary in the recent meeting. And, to build on that a bit, looking at things through a public health lens, I think is really important. And in even thinking about the financial order we passed to study the use of our city's recreation fields, that has a public health component in it. And I kind of appreciate putting those goggles on as we're looking at what we're doing. And there's no question that alcohol use in Massachusetts and nationwide and globally contributes to, is easy to slip into misuse. And we see that. And similar to what Councilor Mary said, to see that this is, several restaurants that are already serving alcohol, it will just change what they're able to serve. And the difference between on-premises and off-premises consumption, to hear Commissioner O'Leary talk about that, so similarly, I am inclined to support this as well.
Councilor Mayor, yeah. I'm laughing because you have to turn your video on to raise your hand. Councilor Maori and then Councilor Perry. We're not hearing you, Councilor Maori. Is she unmuted? Let's try that.
Sorry, okay, I was just saying I have a question, but I'm happy to wait if Council Perry wants to make comments first, since I already spoke, whatever you want to do.
You know what? We've got you unmuted.
Okay, my question was, I just had curiosity, and perhaps counselors who've been on, former counselor and you, President Nash, so what's the role of the license commission on this? Did council ever like historically engage them in these, like get recommendations or engage them? I'm just curious, they seem more autonomous than other kind of boards, and committees and commissions in the city. And I was curious about this when this appeared on the.
So you're asking about, so I have not had a lot of interactions with the licensing commission. I found them really helpful last year before that, having to do with a particular establishment that was entertaining in a really loud level. And I found them really helpful in helping rein things in a bit for the residents who lived in the same building, and that they take their job very seriously, and that it goes beyond just the the sale of alcohol. It has to do with all of the activity that's going on. And that if people are being rowdy and disruptive, in relationship to the license, that's all up for discussion. At least it was in this particular case. But I think the mayor and the mayor's office could speak more to around the particulars.
Yes, so the licensing commission is more autonomous. They have the jurisdiction over determining who gets licenses and distributing licenses. So they that is under their purview.
Right, but they don't generally, they haven't historically issued recommendations. So they haven't before, like, issued recommendations on issues like this.
Oh,
how we would, how would something, other boards and committee or commissions might issue a positive or negative or neutral recommendation. I was just curious.
No,
They don't act in that manner.
I've not seen them act in that manner.
Thank you.
Councilor Perry.
Yes. Again, I want to thank Councilor Jarrett for bringing up this very important issue of health concerns. But I do want to say that amidst all of this really important work we've been doing tonight, I think this is equally important to the future of Northampton. Our restaurant, our entertainment scenes have really been hammered by the pandemic. And it's going to take a lot of work to bring us back to our former glory and surpass that. But, I do want to say, I hear Councilor Jarrett's concerns. As someone who's been in the industry, I've done all of the trainings you could do, whether it's tips training and all the work security. I've done all the things that you need to do. But for me, this comes down to a hard fact that most of the mass liquor laws are very antiquated. We had someone come in at the community resources meeting and discuss how you could serve a chartreuse that is, over 50% because it's a liqueur, but you can't serve a vodka or whiskey, which would be under that percentage. So again, as councilors Maori and Foster have said, a lot of these licenses will go to people who've already been serving alcohol. And I'll also say that hearing from other people that we've dealt with alcohol in Massachusetts for a long time. We do have some of the resources to deal with it. And, while you stated some statistics that shows that, the amount of revenue you get from a drink doesn't equal the cost. But as the mayor said, you're not factoring in the hotels that people come. When people come and visit, for instance, our Summer on Strong, which is a beautiful example of Northampton being progressive. So where you can have a drink outside and enjoy some live music. And we're not talking about drinking to excess. We're talking about having 1 or 2 cocktails. Just the boost on the economy and the businesses is hard to really put in, I think, some of these surveys or studies. So with that being said, I am 100% firmly for this because I know how vital it is to something that has made Northampton beautiful, which is our restaurant and entertainment scene. So.
Councillor Gore.
I'm glad that Councillor Jarrett brought up the public health concerns around more liquor licenses in the city. I know we've been talking about public health a lot recently, especially with the cannabis cap. And I think, I was looking at that from an economic perspective, and I also have a tendency to look at this from an economic perspective. And it seems like the right direction to go to revitalize our downtown. And it would essentially be, I think, a couple of restaurants would get the license, and then it essentially be like 4 extra ones, I think. So I do kind of go back and forth in my head about like how you think about different substances and how, we have dealt with alcohol longer in Massachusetts than cannabis. So we know sort of how to regulate it better. And I just think that I think it would help to revitalize our downtown because it has suffered. And to hear that restaurants have gone away, decided not to come here because of the liquor license is kind of, disheartening to hear about. And I think our city could use more restaurants downtown. And if it entices people to come here to have all liquor license, then that's probably in the direction we should go. But I hear the public health concern, and it is a concern of mine as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elkins, then Councillor Moulton.
Yeah, I just want to, I said at the community resources meeting, in general, I am not a fan of the licensing and the cap on liquor license at the state level, the top-down control. I think it's also really important to note. I'm just recalling the mayor's presentation, regarding the budget and revenue, and that in general, that our overall revenue is projected is down. And that is because of a drop in cannabis and parking receipts. But the one thing that is promising and is looking good is meals. And I think that's incredibly important. And I worked because before I went to law school, I was in theater, which by necessity meant that I also worked in the food service industry as a waiter and a bartender. And I'm not an expert in that business, but it is my understanding that you just cannot make restaurants work on the profit margins without the full liquor licenses, and that they depend on that. So it's not just a matter of whether or not we have or do or don't have certain things, for sale at restaurants, certain restaurants. It is a question of whether or not they can open at all and stay open. That is the nature of the profit margin. So I think it's vital. It is vital to our downtown and the work that we need to do to revitalize and to keep the the positive revenue source that is meals continuing to be positive and growing. So I fully support this measure. So
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Moulton, then Counselor Labarge.
Thank you. Thanks to Councillor Jarrett for bringing this forward and particularly for getting the BU study sent to all of us, which I read. I also did some reading of CDC studies. There's no question that excessive alcohol use is a huge societal problem in this country, and CDC says it's responsible for 88,000 deaths annually in the U.S. For me, evaluating this request comes down to, as several people have mentioned, the on-premise consumption of alcohol in restaurants and bars versus off-premise. There are 17 package store licenses in Northampton, which in my view is enough. If this were a request for more package store licenses, I would oppose it because you lose more control when alcohol is being carried out of package stores. And while I acknowledge that there are times when people are overserved in restaurants, I think it is far more common for package store purchases to be used for excessive binge drinking. So I think as Councilor Gore mentioned, we're talking about three of these new licenses would go to existing restaurants converting their current wine and malt to the all alcohol. So there would be 4 new ones, and that would bring the total to 39 in Northampton, which I feel is a reasonable number for a city of this size. And the secondary reason that I feel that I can support this is, in fact, the fact that the city would move to take more of these licenses out of the secondary market. This would be, there currently are 4 over quota that are non-transferable. This would be 7 more, so about a quarter of the total would be non-transferable and would revert to the city, so that they're not subject to that secondary market. So for those reasons, I will vote in favor of this.
President, could I jump in super fast?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Councilor Moulton just reminded me of something that I wanted to update the council on as well, which is that an additional license just was removed from the secondary market this week as well, because the licensing commission met. I'm not sure which day it was. And they revoked a license that for not being used. So that is another one that will then they will meet in the beginning of March and decide how they're gonna handle it. But I have every expectation that they will then put that one out by lottery, and it will not go on the market in that way.
Yeah, so Counselor Labarge, then Counselor Jarrett. I think you're muted, Counselor Labarge. Can you unmute yourself?
Yep.
Here you go.
Thank you. Mayor, we have how many all alcohol licenses? Is it 32 right now?
Oh, Counselor, I should always have all of my numbers up. 44.
44? Okay. And we're looking at right now, there's 4 current businesses, correct? I think I heard you say the Teapot was one of them that wanted to go and up on the license and make it an all alcohol.
Right, so there are 3. The last lottery had 4 total in there. So Paul and Elizabeth's won that lottery, and there were 3 others. So the Dirty Truth, Teapot, and Jake's.
Okay.
Were the 3 that we know would like to convert their wine and malt to an all alcohol. There may be other businesses that would like to make that change as well. You know, again, as I said at one of the last meetings, it's just really striking to me that Paul and Elizabeth's, which is like a pillar restaurant of 44 years in Northampton, which has, you know, like this established and dedicated clientele, has decided now at this moment that an all liquor license is a change that they need to try and make. I think it's just really indicative of how the restaurant industry is struggling. You know, we all like during sort of the heart of the pandemic, we really rallied to support restaurants in many ways and tried to keep them going. But you know, as Councillor Perry mentioned, we need to recognize that they're still really struggling and in navigating sort of a changed landscape as well in different ways, especially with the rise in food and supply costs. The Massachusetts Restaurant Association says that the average wholesale food prices have jumped 14.7% in the last 12 months. And, you know, that's also coupled with, I think many of us will agree, long overdue increase in hourly wages for workers in restaurants. And that also coupled with significant employee shortages. So there are sort of all of these different factors that are making sort of the economics of running a restaurant different right now than they had been previously. And they're really struggling and looking at how they can, even some of these places that have been around forever, really trying to figure out how to stay in business.
So go ahead. Councillor
No.
Labarge, you had another question?
Yeah, I don't know
Go ahead.
why it keeps bouncing off like that. But anyways, Mayor, you're absolutely correct. I have talked with some of the business owners. I know the owners from the Teapot also. Never hear them complain about anything.
They've been in business for years and years and years.
Exactly. And it's like we heard from Councillor Gore, Jamila Gore, on the economic value of this. And it's true. A lot of the restaurants are hurting. And if we can help them as city councilors of giving them what they're asking to help produce for them to stay in here in our city, I'm going to support that 100%.
Councillor Jarrett, then Councillor Elkins.
Great, so I have a couple of clarifying questions. So Mayor, if you just said, if you could clarify your numbers again, because I think at least they were different than what was reported in the Gazette.
Which
But
numbers?
the 40, how many all alcohol licenses do we have now?
We have 44 all alcohol, 32 are for restaurants.
Oh, okay.
3 are for clubs and 3 are in holder licenses.
In what licenses?
Inns.
Oh, inns. Okay,
Holder. Yeah.
Right.
got it. And how many licenses do we have that aren't being used? That where they're, you know, they're not operational, like the one that was just revoked.
That just one.
Oh, okay.
The one that was just taken, like, you know, 48 hours ago.
But I thought there were also some that are currently not open, but that's not true. All the others are open, the businesses that have those licenses.
Well, so the License Commission met to discuss them and they decided to revoke one. And the other ones, they're sort of watching and are asking for updates on.
Okay. When a restaurant gets an all alcohol license, and I guess, is their previous one given up? Like their beer and malt, or wine and malt?
Yep.
Is that new license newly then available for another restaurant? Or is it just gone? It's converted?
It's converted. It essentially disappears when it's surrendered.
Okay, so there wouldn't be a, there isn't another one coming on the market, or
Right.
coming available. It's just a
Right,
cooler.
if someone wanted a wine, they would have to get like a seasonal wine and malt.
Okay, great. So those are my questions. To answer some of your questions back in the beginning, I was referring to in terms of quotas, the 16 states. Quotas are a recommended strategy of the center, the CDC and the World Health Organization. I guess the commissioner, when we were writing back and forth, indicated that this was not her area of expertise and had asked colleagues for additional research. So I appreciate her finding that research. I guess at present, I feel like I want to have more conversations in order to make, if I'm going to consider voting yes on this with public health officials. I understand, it's pretty clear it's going to pass, but that's just how I feel in order to feel good about voting for it. That I don't have a full understanding of the economics, the public health, etc. So that's where I'm at for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Next, Counselor Elkins.
I would actually move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Elkins, seconded by Counselor Perry to approve this item. Any more discussion? I don't know if I like going last. But anyway, so first of all, Counselor Jarrett, thank you for bringing that information forward. It's always at the heart of, all of my thoughts around alcohol. Alcohol is, I know it well from, family history.
Yep.
Alcoholism has been devastating in my family and my in-laws' family, that it's underlying, part of the consideration here that that we are allowing this risk to occur in our community, and that from the perspective of right now, it's an incremental risk that we're allowing, and that that I do think it still stands with this position that I've increasingly landed on, that that we need to figure out ways to not prohibit but allow substances, and it's not just alcohol and cannabis, it relates to other substances as well, because it just leads people to places where they're not seeking help.
Right.
There are folks that just that once they start using their substance of choice, and they can get beyond reach. There's a person who's been living under the railroad bridge that I've had multiple communications with the mayor's office about, who's been communicating with services. And thankfully, we got that person out of the cold before that terrible cold that we had about 2 weeks ago. And my understanding, based on the reports I got from residents who are calling me saying, Jim, we need to do something, is that it was alcohol. And that, so there's terrible harm that is related to this. And I just want to acknowledge that. And, but so I am going to vote for this, yes, because that what it brings to the downtown, well, we keep thinking downtown, but it could be Florence as well,
Exactly.
that it allows for greater flexibility. Because right now, like the mayor just mentioned, a liquor license freed up. That doesn't happen very often. And that for our economies, our entertainment economies to really work, there needs to be like some flexibility, like, when the mayor mentioned, and I believe it was Alan Wolf talked about what went on over at Sylvester's. We had somebody who was there. They're ready to open it. It was closed. They're reopen that establishment, but the lack of a license was the deal breaker. And that, right now, all right, looks like we have another license available right now, but how many other people are stepping forward? Actually, just earlier in the week, I was at a presentation. Somebody was talking about bringing like a food hall experience to the former Faces space. And that one of the things that they had to make that work was, there would be, you could go in various like restaurants or small, almost like food truck operations in an indoor environment. But part of that was there would be wine and beer. And, again, if the investors there think, oh, there's no alcohol, we can't get a license, I suspect that place isn't going to move forward either. So anyway, I'm in support of this in terms of flexibility and being able to, get some vitality and fluidity into what's going on with our restaurants and entertainment establishments. So, Councilor Maori.
Yeah, can you hear me, or should I?
I think you need to mute. You're doing you sound much better when your screen is off.
I just wanted to well, I just I appreciate your comments, President Nash. I do want to push back and say a little bit and say there's no prohibition, substances, not prohibition of in our city. So let's just, think about those kinds of words.
Okay. I'll consider that. All right. Counselors, any other thoughts on this? Hearing none, we have a motion on the floor to approve this. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
No.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay. Item 23.242, in order for special legislation relative to requesting 7 licenses for the sale of alcoholic beverages to be drunk on the premises has been approved. And then I'm going to check in with counselors. How's everybody doing?
Could we have a brief recess, Council President?
Yes, let's do 6 minutes. So that would be 11:40. What is it? 44? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up is item 23.243, an order temporarily suspending the effect of certain ordinances to support renewed economic recovery. This is in second reading. This is allowing the city to work with businesses to access the public way, to set up tables, to set up seating, and to, also includes things like Summer on Strong and other events in our downtown, in our public spaces. Mayor, did I summarize that correctly? Okay. This is up for second reading.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Perry. Councillor Jarrett, you have your hand raised.
Thank you. I just wanted to check in. I know last couple of weeks ago, I raised the issue of the zoning changes. Was there any desire to update the zones to reflect the new zoning changes? Or I mean, it refers to a map, so it's just going to be locked into the old ones, I guess, which is fine.
I think the maps were removed. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Do you still see them? Laura, did you remove the maps?
I did.
Okay.
But that the order refers to the plan entitled COVID-19 Restaurant Response Zones.
Sorry, someone tell me what number. Okay, 23.243.
City council.
So we should strike the in the first, after now, therefore. We should strike. Within the areas depicted on the plan entitled COVID-19 Restaurant Response Zones, the zones.
So your proposal would be to have this be available in all areas of the city instead?
I'm sorry, I'm not so it's going to be the same layout as it was last year. So without the map, I'm sorry, Councilor Jarrett, what's your concern?
Just where is this indicating where these zones are? I mean, it's the map indicates the COVID-19 restaurant response zones. But if that map is no longer being used, then would it just refer to all areas of the city?
Within the central business district.
Okay, so districts.
So we could, yes, so we could insert there instead the central business districts.
Okay, so Florence will not have any. I believe the maps did show Florence in previous years.
It did.
So it's Florence has a central business district section. So I think this would still include Florence. And we've offered it, but Florence hasn't taken advantage of it.
Well, perhaps it should say the central business and Florence Village districts,
okay.
Which those are now referred to, and that would encompass, I think, all of the areas that were considered previously.
Okay, yes, Florence Village districts and Central Business District.
So perhaps should I make a motion? So I see it referred to twice. Is that right? Yeah. So once it's in the fourth whereas, whereas in order to facilitate the continued survival of our downtown businesses, restaurants in certain zones of the city. So instead, the motion would be to restaurants in Central Business and Florence Village zoning districts. And then pick up again, need to include contiguous and non-contiguous outdoor areas. And then, I guess it's referenced in the next whereas. So if we can say wherever it says COVID-19 restaurant response zones, it says instead the Central Business and Florence Village zoning districts. And then in the now therefore, it talks about a plan, which we're no longer referencing. So we would say, notwithstanding any order of the city council to the contrary, within the Central Business and Florence Village zoning districts, the zones, the city council hereby authorized the change. Does that seem like I'm getting all of the places where it would need to be updated?
I think you've come up with a terrific solution, Councillor Jarrett, and I would like to second those amendments. Because you did the work last time. You were pointing out like we were actually looking at the old zoning maps that we don't use anymore because we'd changed Central Business and that's where the discrepancy appeared. So yeah, I think this is a good solution, and it allows the mayor to do what she needs to do to bring outdoor entertainment downtown.
So just doing a quick search. So it's the fourth whereas, the fifth whereas, that number one under now therefore, and then is that it?
That's all that I see.
Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you, Councillor Jarrett.
Laura.
I just missed what's being inserted instead of the plan reference in the now therefore number one. I caught the other two. I understand what's replacing what, but.
So it should read, notwithstanding any order of the city council to the contrary, within the Central Business and Florence Village zoning districts, the city council hereby authorizes the change.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Laura, you're good? Okay. So we have, do we want to vote on this amendment or consider it a friendly amendment, Mayor, or?
I mean, I certainly accept the amendment.
Okay. All right. So any more discussion on this item as amended? All right, hearing none. Laura, roll call.
Councillor Gore,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Moulton,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Perry,
Yes.
Councillor Elkins,
Yes.
and Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, so item 23.243, an order temporarily suspending the effect of certain ordinances to support renewed economic recovery has been approved. Next up are ordinances, and these have not yet been referred. They are both relative to the traffic at the high school. And so we have item 23.244, an ordinance relative to parking on North Elm Street. This is in first reading. And then we have item 23.245, an ordinance relative to school zones. And they are to be referred.
Move referral of both to legislative matters.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Jarrett. Any discussion? All right. Well, I just want to say that in terms of I'm interested in seeing these approved. I also want to say that that in terms of the overall study for traffic at the high school, I'm a little concerned that it were primarily focused on the event of pickup and drop off, and that in terms of the report by Fuss and O'Neill, and that that I'm interested in seeing, you know, the work by the engineers as it goes forward to really double down on you know, slowing traffic and really making it safe for kids. I'm concerned that 35-mile-an-hour zone is still there, and hoping that gets addressed. But so those are my thoughts. So this is we have a motion on the floor for referral. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Okay. Items 23.244 and 23.245 have been referred to legislative matters. And Councillor Jarrett, when's that next meeting?
March 13th.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have item 23.246, a package of 7 ordinance amendments related to form-based code. This is in first reading. And then we have another one that has to do with a zero lot line. These are also ordinances to be referred to a committee. We can discuss them together or separately. Councillor Elkins.
I would move to move them together to legislative matters. Or refer them, sorry.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to refer these to legislative matters made by Councillor Elkins, seconded by Councillor Moulton.
Jarrett's got his hand up.
Yes, Councillor Jarrett.
I believe, do we also need to refer them to the planning board? The planning board will be
Yes.
taking them up and holding a public hearing on them.
That is a good point.
Right.
Laura.
We do. I'm sorry, the reference to the zoning act that I normally have in that is not there, but yes, that does require it to be referred to like the planning board zoning ordinances.
So
In which case I would have,
Go ahead.
Amend my motion to refer to legislative matters and planning board.
And I second that.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to refer these to both legislative matters and the planning board. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay. So those two zoning ordinances, 23.246 and 23.247 have been referred to both legislative matters and the planning board. We've already discussed and approved the resolution. Next,
Counselor Nash, if I
yeah,
could just let people know that the planning board hearing on those will be on March 9th. And the legislative matters hearing will be on March 13th. There'll be separate public hearings.
thank you, Counselor Jarrett. Okay. Next up is new business, where Counselor Foster and I have put the proposed hybrid meeting plan on the agenda. I want to apologize to folks for not getting this to you sooner. While I think that you all had a pretty good sense of what the Counselor Foster and I were going to be suggesting from the discussion in new business last time, that getting it earlier today was a little bit short notice, and I apologize for that. Anyway, so what we're proposing here is some basic guidelines for how to go about having hybrid meetings and on an experimental basis in March. You'll notice that there's no rule saying we will do this. We hold expectations that we can have a quorum present. That we get that we're not aiming for perfection here. We're hoping to get to a place where we can pretty much mirror what a hybrid situation would look like. I also want to acknowledge that that for a number of counselors, being remote has made their participation possible, and that please reach out to me and we can discuss how to continue doing that if there's a particular hardship. I'm also a little apprehensive about being back in a room and trying to manage both an on-screen meeting and then a meeting going on around me. But I think I'll figure it out. But anyway, any thoughts on these guidelines as we've laid them out? Is there anything that people think could be changed or improved, or other suggestions to add? Counselor Maori.
Yes, thank you for both of you for your thoughtful work on this. And thanks for that clarification about guidelines versus rules. I am concerned about the the guideline that, sorry, I forgot to turn off my camera. If a counselor wants to present, something or has an item on the agenda, they need to be present. I feel like that's problematic for me. Well, not just for me, I think it kind of could be, even in our limited time, it disfavors certain counselors in a certain way.
And Counselor Foster.
Yeah, Councilor Maori, thank you for bringing that up. And that I think is a question for us to explore as a council. So these would just be for the 2 March meetings, and I completely share your concern around counselor participation and what that may look like, and do have a concern that there will be a bias toward counselors who are remote, perhaps not participating quite as fully as counselors who are present. And this is one way. The reasoning for this is, as we were talking originally about what a hybrid setup could look like, or Councilor Nash and I were talking, we kind of got to this concern of like, gosh, what if, 2 or 3 counselors are present in chambers and everybody else is remote, and there's an item on the agenda that's drawing a lot of public interest, similar to what we saw tonight, that the dynamics in the room would be uncomfortable, had the potential to be uncomfortable for the counselors present. So the idea of the quorum, or people who are sponsoring an agenda and item, and actually the expectation is one of the co-sponsors would be present. Of course, that's different if there's just one sponsor, but is so that if somebody's sponsoring an agenda item with a significant amount of public interest, that there's not a risk of a couple of colleagues kind of being on their own in council chambers. That was the reasoning for that.
Well, thank you for that clarification. And I do take this totally, I understand this is in the spirit of experimenting. And that makes sense that you wouldn't want to be kind of in that situation, in person, kind of having to field someone else's agenda item if they're not, present in some way. So I guess what I might do, because I'm actually thinking on a practical note, I have things that I was planning to put forward for those meetings, and I don't know, and have to. So perhaps I will just have a conversation with either you or President Nash about that, and we can kind of assess whether that's, what would happen with that. Thank you very much.
Happy to talk, Councilor Maori. So Councilor Foster, then Councilor Moulton.
Sorry, just a quick bit of the back and forth with Councilor Maori. Thanks for indulging me. And Councilor Maori, when Councilor Nash and I talked about this came back a little bit to the discussion from our rules discussion back at the end of our last term prior to this current term, where we were looking at council rules versus norms and kind of trying to tease apart what's actually happening versus what's written down in the rules. And so that's where a lot of these, sort of guidelines, or where this is coming from, it's not written in the rules. And so as Councilor Nash said, if there's a discussion to be had about an agenda item to be presented and needing to do that remotely, that's a conversation to be had, but it's not written in the rules in that way.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Councilor Moulton, then Councilor Jarrett.
I wanted to hear your thinking about the last bulleted guideline governing public participation, particularly around taking all comments from people who are present first and then going to remote, as opposed to either alternating or perhaps having 10 or 20-minute blocks where you would have first 10 minutes of present comment and then 10 minutes of remote comment.
So the thought on that came out of a conversation with President Gomez of the council in East Hampton, and that first of all, he felt that it was good to show preference to the people who have made the effort to come into the room, that the people who are joining remotely are often they're at home, they're in more comfortable situations than the folks who've made the effort to come out and be in the room. The other thing is it also is like I just mentioned, the idea of facilitating a hybrid meeting, that actually it would be helpful for me and for Vice President Foster in terms of facilitation to focus on the comment in the room and then move to the comment that's remote, that going between the two, my sense was that by simplifying it, I think that, that it will, I know for me, that I'll be more intensely listening rather than trying to manage who raised their hand on the Zoom screen and who's next on the list for the in-person comment. I just felt like, let's simplify it. For a situation like tonight where there was a lot of comment, yes, it might mean that some people would wait quite a while if they're at home. But usually, we're getting, like 10 people. And I think that that it's not a particularly big inconvenience for folks. I think people would get it, like, oh yeah, they made the effort to get into City Hall, so sure, let them go first. So that was the thinking.
Well, I appreciate the recognizing the people who have made the effort to come to City Hall, but there are people who cannot make that effort, and I'm just concerned that just as we're concerned about a bias against counselors who are remote, I'm concerned about a bias against the public who's remote.
Exactly.
And then there's Counselor Moulton, there's also folks who there's a bias. Well, there's folks who know how to get first and how to get last on the list. And we see that kind of stuff going on. I've seen that happen in terms of the queue for public comment. And I know from in person, we've had people who've passed and that, to go later, people switch off. These are all things that happen within the queuing up for public comment. And I'm just saying that in terms of keeping the two groups of folks separate in order to make sure that there's an orderly way of hearing people's comments, that it's a way I would prefer to go. But if people want to, if council thinks that there's bias in that, I'm willing to consider changing that. Councillor Foster.
Councilor Moulton, I appreciate you bringing up, that was actually a twist of phrase that was troubling to me as well, to recognize that there are people, for some people, it's not about making the effort to get to City Hall. For some people, it is about getting there and not getting there. I am in general comfortable with the idea that people who are remote are probably in, different circumstances. Maybe they're at home, having dinner on the couch, and that wait. I am comfortable with that. But that being said, I'm open to discussing it. The real trouble spot I see is with our council rules limiting public comment to an hour and a half. And again, we're trying it for 2 meetings, and part of that so that we can then reflect on how is this going and what do we really want to do as a council moving forward. But if we are in danger, like we were tonight, we were getting pretty close to the hour and a half. That would be a real thing that we would need to make sure we were managing so that there wasn't a prevention of people participating remotely, being able to participate in public comment. I didn't think about that really until you brought that up, Councilor Moulton, and watching how public comment went tonight.
I agree with that concern.
Well, Councillor Foster, thank you for pointing that out. I will alternate. But I will start with the folks first in the room, then go to remote and alternate throughout public comment so that, by the end of the 90 minutes, then yeah, I could see how people could get bumped. So, okay. Councillor Maori. And then Councillor Jerry.
Yeah, I just want to name, this is really tough what you're facing, you and Vice President Foster, and it's I think we're all going to have to be flexible a little on the fly, and this is the whole point of us trying this. And I'm really kind of personally interested to see how it goes, because I'm still not really, and I understand that we might be facing this as as the order kind of expires, but I'm not really convinced on what the advantage of hybrid is. And part of it is this, and the amount of work that I imagine it is actually for our administrative assistant Laura Kretzler and you, President Nash, and Vice President Foster, and that all that managing. I'll just be curious, if I kind of go aha and see why it's why it's worth it, because that is one of my concerns, actually, is that the amount of management. And of course, if we did this continuously, a lot of that would become much more streamlined. So I just want to say I have concerns, but I also have lots of compassion for you for the next couple of meetings, because it's it's gonna be like that. And I was just trying to remember when you were talking, Councilor Foster, remember we debated whether we were going to allow suspending the rule, and I remember us having, it was like a really long conversation, and I was the chair, and now and maybe it's this late hour, but I think we landed on no, because we were afraid it would have a bias. But then, is that what it was? Okay, because we actually had the discussion, what do we do if we want to extend public comment, and or maybe we said we would do it before in the beginning of the meeting, in special circumstances, so that it didn't appear biased, like suddenly I'm gonna have to look back at my notes. I was just wondering if you recall that conversation.
I do, actually. I think it was Solicitor Stevens' advice that if we sort of set a rule with an expectation that we would suspend the rule when it was inconvenient, or when we wanted to allow more public comment, that we could be favoring certain members of the public over others. And so his advice was that if we had a rule, that it be a rule that we enforce, so that there's not like a, hey, you extended public comment when this person had their hand up, but not when I had my hand up, kind of feeling.
Right, that's what I recall, but I just couldn't remember if he had said that we could do it at the beginning of the meeting, because we had a sense that it was a subject matter that would need more time, or maybe that was the same bias. In any case, we can think about that one before it comes up.
So my discussions with Attorney Seawald around this was that there are circumstances where we may anticipate a lot of public comment. So, for example, during budget hearings, that we just kind of make that clear right from the start that we're expecting a lot of response. But that for our normal business meetings, that we really want to avoid lifting that limit, because then we do run the chance of appearing biased. So, but for special meetings, it's okay.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say the budget hearings are actually run by the Finance Committee, and we don't have that limit, right? We don't have a public comment limit in Finance Committee unless I state it in the beginning.
The chairs have the latitude to set those rules.
So I'm just saying we don't have to be concerned about that in particular for the budget hearing, because since it's run by the Finance Committee.
True. You could do it
ourselves.
You could do that.
Right.
But if you have 100 people in the room, you might think about it.
Oh, well, I'm not saying I don't want to. I'm just saying it's not whatever.
Councillor Labarge and then Councillor Moulton.
Yeah. When is the deadline?
So the governor's order expires on March 31st, and we don't know what is going to be recommended starting April 1st or ordered. Will be ordered. And therefore there's that last piece that if we as a body can land at a consensus as to what we want, we can make efforts to, as a body, to reach out to the legislature and the governor. We could also all do that individually too, but I think it's more powerful if it's from us. Who was next? I think it was, so Councillor Labarge, we answered your question?
I'll be thinking of a lot of them.
Okay, and then Councillor Moulton, then Councillor Jarrett.
Are you expecting council committees to use these hybrid guidelines during March as well, or are you leaving it to the chairs of the committees?
You know what? I'm only thinking about council. So the chairs, the chairs have had the latitude to explore this. And I know, community resources has especially stepped up and shown us how this can be done. And also Councillor Jarrett has made it clear that legislative matters will be in a hybrid format as well in the coming weeks. So, yeah. So I'm just speaking of council, and the committees have already had that kind of latitude. So Councillor Jarrett, and then Councillor Elkins, did I see your hand? Okay, Councillor Jarrett, then Councillor Elkins.
Thank you. With regard to legislative matters, that I'm just exploring that. I haven't heard back from Laura and other councilors about whether that will work, but yes, I am exploring that for the 13th. I did want to point out that we do have rules about remote meeting participation, and so I think these guidelines, unless we're planning on suspending those rules, should not conflict. So they do just allow remote meeting participation if it's for certain reasons, certain permissible reasons. So I don't think the council presidents could ban a councilor from participating remotely as long as they met those reasons. So just so that I think we should follow our rules unless we want to suspend them. And then also I wanted to point out we have an odd meeting schedule coming up, in that we meet on March 30th and then only once in April. So we will have another meeting before the expiration after these two hybrids.
We're meeting on the 30th? Okay. I didn't compute that. Okay, all right, well, then I'm supposing that we will also apply these rules to that meeting as well. Or these guidelines. Did I answer the question?
I don't know if it was a question. I was just pointing out that we will.
Yeah,
have
so if that's the case, then yeah, on March 30th, we'll use the same format.
And I would love if we're going to make it, if we're going to make a voting, if we're going to vote on a decision about what we're planning on doing, when would you anticipate that being on the agenda, like our format for the future?
You know what, I would like us to vote tonight on everybody being willing, council being willing to undertake this experiment for the month of March. And because we have, come April, we may have no choice in any of this. So, but right now we do have choice. And as I've said, these are guidelines. They're not, the council president being an authoritarian. Councillor Elkins.
Can we vote on something that's under new business that's not a published agenda item?
Huh. Well, you know what? Well, let's see. We've decided.
Published agenda item.
Well, it's published, I mean, it's on the agenda, but it's under new business, so it's not something that's offered as a,
Right.
resolution, or the public has notice of something. I would, well,
I don't know the answer, Counselor. Laura, what do you think?
I thought Attorney Seawold always said that there could be any outcome of a discussion as long as the discussion, the subject of the discussion was on the agenda. So I thought it could be a vote, yeah, so I didn't think there's anything that precludes taking a vote.
Right, why are we taking a vote?
Counselor Foster.
I guess two things. I think we should still have for March 16th a discussion of how we want to proceed, because if we wait until March 30th to do that, we won't have any time to make our wishes known to the legislature. So even if we plan to go hybrid for the month of March, we would want to discuss and vote on if we have an ask of the legislature for our preferred meeting format moving forward, if we want to lobby for that governor's order to be extended. So just wanted to put that out. And I don't know that we need to vote on this, but I'm not opposed to voting. It's 12:30, Counselor thoughts.
yeah, that was actually what I first raised my hand to say, is that if any of this is procedural and not subject to open meeting law and subject to the chair's and the president's discretion in their roles, perhaps we could adjourn.
And actually, I haven't talked to Attorney Seawald about this, but the council president has the duty to assign seating. And so technically this is assigning seating. That whether you're, assigning your seat within council chambers or whether you are at home. And so, there is that authority, but at the same time, I take a collaborative approach to doing this. So, but you know what, I would entertain a motion to adjourn and just move forward. I'm not hearing people saying, don't do this, and people are willing to give this a try in March. And please provide any feedback as we proceed. And because we're using it as a learning experience before things we're ordered to do something. So.
Yeah, important information.
So maybe we consider this discussion done, and then we could entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, that was fast. Okay, motion made by Counselor Perry and seconded by, who wants the second?
I did.
Oh, of course, Counselor Labarge.
Yeah.
No discussion on adjourning. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Moulton.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. It's very late. Excellent work tonight, everybody.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good night.
Big
Good
night,
night,
everybody.
everyone.
Thank
Was a
you.
big
Congratulations.
night.
Great work, everyone.
Yeah.